Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? Sure, my Discord's working. Cool. It's like payday on my Oxy and VLO positions. Well, holding overnight looks like it's paying off. Jesus Christ. Big time. Good morning, everybody. We're transitioning from phase C to D on the Wyckoff pattern. No, I don't think so. Still phase C. I think we still have a lower low to test. For accumulation, I assume, is what you're referring to, right? For accumulation, I think we're in like the STB phase, and we still have to see a spring. So I think we'll see a lower low before we see a spring up. How about that 15 billion cat buyback? I love Caterpillar. Yeah, the new ETF rule is pretty relevant and kind of bullish for us. It could mean that ETFs no longer will be able to complete their settlement in T6 and will be actually forced to adhere to the T4 rule, which is actually what they're supposed to follow. Recession canceled, get bent shorts. I don't want to be too bullish on that, but maybe a nice couple days. That's on Baba. Next resistance. 100. Didn't I put it in the pickles picks? I thought I did. Next resistance 94, 95.45. Can I read more about this new ETF rule? I mean, more about it, probably nowhere, but on the DTCC's website. Why is that so good for us? Doesn't it just cut out 2 days? Yeah, but that's still good for us. That's 2 less days on the, 40 odd day cycle that they have. More importantly, it generates the FTDs earlier. So it forces them to kick long sooner. Ooh, TQQ doing some goodies. Jimmy, drop into the resistance. I expect market open will be kind of volatile. This is poop, but Hmm. Is it too late for some fresh spanking new far dated cat calls? Probably not. What's up, NW? What percent of IV is considered high volatility? What's the threshold after what you say IV is high? Like above 50%? And really it's above like 30 in normal conditions. Although right now, due to the volatility market wide, I would say 50. Bear markets tend to be more volatile than like a bull market. SST FTDs look spicy. 2 million when daily volume is going at well less than a million. Yeah, they do look kind of spicy. I don't like that. Yeah, I'll wait. Market's just opening up. Buy's dropping a little bit. Volatile today. How many hours will this rally last, do you think? I don't know. Today, tomorrow, maybe. I expect as we move into the OPEX, there'll be some desire to push calls market wide out of the money. Where do you see cat headed? I think it can bounce here. 210's a pretty strong resistance and support, so otherwise I would have just sold it open. Sometimes it has a hard time recovering throughout the day, and this could be a mistake on my part, as it is driving a little lower, which I'm not a big fan of. This could be because the Dow is dropping a bit. Yeah, honestly, I think the Dow looks like it's going to bounce back too. Yeah, I'm okay holding it for like a few more hours. I think it'll bounce. Visa rocketing back over 200. I don't know if you guys were in on this. I know some people were. They DM me about it, but basically anytime Visa is under 200 right now, it's same like free. Tesla's moving up pretty strongly, which will be good, especially for the S&P and QQQ. Docu taking a little break, still driving up. SPY starting to recover a little bit. Nope, that was a lie. Let's see. My 1 year pickleversary. I've been through the ups and perm day and the downs of Freg's day. Now it's time for MOASS. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Eric. I appreciate it, man. It's fucking crazy that this has been going on here. It still kind of blows my mind. All right, you're gonna get all weird and volatile, you prick. Oh, market crash? Is that what we're doing? What's with all this fucking volume? Is there a gap? That bullshit. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Those are definitely in the money. Hold on. SPY found some support at 405, which is good. You look extra Armenian today. Okay. Two more FTDs and 2+2 test of 100 possible. Thanks. Yeah. A test of 100 could be possible. I'd be very careful with it. There are not more FTDs today. There are fewer FTDs. There's just more pressure on them, possibly. And with the market in decline, we may be losing that pressure rapidly. This opening is not the best. We want to see a bounce back up above this 406 range. We are holding 405 pretty strongly right now, though. Nice little push. Are you closing your cat weeklies you held overnight? Probably, but I might wait a little bit. I probably should have just closed them at market open. But I think I'll hold them for a minute. Cat just gapped up, so. Any clues why Questrade has a bar rate of 10% on GMA? Because they barely have any fucking shares of GMA. Their bar rate's always significantly higher than everyone else's. What's the new FTD cycle now? C, it would be T plus 5 plus 35C plus 3. Why is Baba ripping? Just because of zero COVID status? Well, it's super cheap at these prices. It's, COVID status. And additionally, the Chinese stimulus plan has got a lot of people buying into it at these prices. Any thoughts on the SPY over the next 6 weeks? That's kind of a long time frame, but I would say more downside, lower low. A lower low in the next 3 weeks. Unless we start to get some really good economic data that kind of flips that around. SPYs, this could be a bounce. That's enough fucking tests of 405, right? Jesus Christ. Maybe now we see a little active fund pressure on GameStop. We're still pretty fucking far from a test of 100. Gamma neutral's up here. Looks more like Thursday and Friday. A little bit, yeah. Actually, technically, the opening is stronger than Thursday and Friday were. Jesus fucking Christ, the volatility is nuts on these. Look at them fighting for it. Fuck you, Bears. Do you see the far dated options? Do you get near the money first, then add further and further away from the money? The other way around. You'd actually buy out of the money first and then get nearer and nearer the money as you approach your like target date. Because the out of the money calls are the ones that you want to buy most at low IV, as they're most affected by the drop in IV. But right now IV is ridiculously high. Always remember kidney pickle. How could I forget? Any idea why AMD bounced after hours last night? Everything bounced after hours last night. Thank you for always doing your daily DD gig. It really helps me adjust my positions. Your insights are legendary. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Just dropping in to say your thumbnail today will ensure flaccidity in here for the day and possibly tomorrow. I can only hope. A flaccid trader is the best trader. Yep, I said it. There we go. I kind of want to take my money on a firm off the table. Fluctuations are so fucking wild. God, these are all weeklies. Do it. No, don't. No, not chop. Not more chop like yesterday. Let's go up. You fucking bastard. Have you ever seen a long fund or company owning the underlying fight back against shorts, market makers who are trying to fade a stock price down to nothing? Sure. Are they successful? Usually. Huh. Dude, what the fuck is going on with the SPY today? Still have Gex to cover today, right? Can that technically go into pre-market tomorrow morning? No. Sorry I've been antagonistic. I didn't realize you were so good at PowerPoint until I saw your CC video, and I apologize. It's okay. Summary of the 8 a.m. Fed that's causing all of this bullishness. The bullishness started before the Fed said anything. I just don't think anything Bullard came out and said anything against expectations. 0.5 increase in June likely, which is already, known. New GME form 8K. Ooh, that's exciting. Just now? That's shit. Oh, wait, bouncing? Oof. Okay, cool. Run dead? No, but I wasn't gonna fucking hold past a drop on under 405. Just take my profits. Did you see the riveting new DD on SS about short hedge funds being stuck in an FTD cycle? Jesus fucking Christ, really? Oh man. There's an 8K from yesterday about the new CO. Oh, okay. Especially not on a triple leverage ETF. Yeah. I'll just take my free money and run. Okay, I'm here. Why is the market so volatile? I don't know. It would appear that the shorts really don't fucking want it to run. I will say though, if the SPY breaks out, given the position of at least the puts on here, if they have to close, it's gonna run really, really hard. Maybe even into like Thursday. So I think I'll probably hold on to my 400 calls. Just see what happens. SLD tomorrow, big downs, then T plus 2 big ups as puts on the whole market closed out. Possibly. Follow up show legs. How do you maintain the beard? I have one and I wear a mask. I look like a mad scientist. Calls on Braun. I don't maintain the beard. This is just how it grows. There's almost no maintenance going on. Hmm. That's good. See if the SPY can push back a little. 406. What membership does one need to access Pickles Picks? Billionaire. Does the rest of the basket move to June OPEX as well, or do you think you runs this May OPEX? Maybe we both run this May OPEX. We don't know yet. GameStop August calls unfortunately not on the table yet. Otherwise, I would be buying some in order to cover any potential May OPEX run. But I'll probably just buy some June calls just in case, and then cut them after T+2 from Friday. Or maybe I'll just pick up some weeklies and throw the money in the trash. That way I have some exposure. How do you decide on a call so quickly? It looks like you're not even checking Greeks or IV. Yeah, I am. Do you think SPY will be boring today until Powell speaks? Uh, could be. It's awfully volatile for it to stay boring. But yeah, it's possible. One second, guys. Hmm. I'm back. There we go. Do you think AMD will push past 100? It did this morning. Is that artisan quiche? It's just toast, like plain toast. My stomach's super fucked up right now. And if I want to drink coffee, I need to soak it up with something. I think October calls too much theta for Juno packs. It's a lot. I mean, it's fine. You're gonna limit your positionally. You're gonna limit your leverage. No, they put me on new allergy fucking medication, and it's just fucking up my stomach. I'm getting like stomach cramps. Nothing else, just really painful stomach cramps. Like someone's wringing my stomach out like a wet towel. Still bullish on wheat? As fuck, yeah. Why? Because it's down 1%? It's because the market's rallying. It's like barely down, too. It's still above $12. Just because the market's bouncing back because of some, options position movement doesn't mean that, there's no fucking food left. Like, that's not going to solve the root problem of this play. Are we still running in June if we run in May? Probably not. Or are we running both? Possible. It'd be less likely. They'd have to, I mean, if they compound positions again in that timeline. Yeah, I'd wait for lower prices. You make an excellent point, Gene Crisper. Maybe I am pregnant. Thinking like an alien baby. A lot of really great medical advice in here. I know, right? What's good on wheat? October calls? I don't hate them. That's what I have for the most part. Are we streaming the Fed publicity tour? No. I like that you've caught on to that though, Dork. Remember, it's all about communication. Yeah, the cat $15 billion stock buyback was definitely mentioned. $250K shares just popped up on iBarrow. I mean, they didn't just pop up, they were just bought, right? Here's what I don't get. We have buy pressure. We know we have FTDs. And then we see shares returned. And we're like, magic. That's not how that works. They're buying back their failure to delivers, which then returns the shares. This isn't mysticism. It's literally what we expect to happen. And then it happens, and people are like, what the fuck? What's that? Where did they magically find these shares from? DJBD, quick feedback on your latest school stock video. Do not tell me what underlying to buy, what strike and DTE to play on non-set underlying so that it doesn't get called away. Gonna need you to reshoot that, buddy. Thanks for all you do. No problem, man. Thank you so much. I'll get right on that. I've been in on Baba since yesterday. TBE Chrome. I know what you meant. Yeah, it's just they're just returning shares right now. Not financial advice, but could you give me some financial advice on what to do with my savings? Minimal growth, where would you do it? Would like bonds? Are you talking about like buying bonds? You could buy some bonds. You want to experience minimal growth, but you don't want your money to disappear. As theta decays during pregnancy, emotional vega increases, while delta and the gamma of the baby across time also exponentially increase. 270 DTE, baby currently deep in the mother. How much range are you feeling for wheat? 20? No, I have a price target of like 15, but if it exceeds that, awesome. I'll just follow the price action. And there goes GameStop. And the SPY. It tried. I guess we're chopping for the Fed meeting again today. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate this market. Like, it's fun. There's usually a lot of money to be made on the bounce backs. This time it was, well, it was still okay. But like this fucking bullshit stagnation every time JPow's about to open his fucking mouth is ridiculous. I mean, I'm not going to sell covered calls into May OPEX. Probably. Like, I'll sell covered calls into this Friday, and then next Wednesday I'll probably sell some more covered calls, but why take the risk if you don't have to? Real question, why can't you offer financial advice? I mean, I technically can. I can't manage people's portfolios or their accounts. But it's best just to stay away from it and not muddy the waters. So I can talk about strategy, I can talk about all of that stuff, but I can't. I can talk about strikes and contracts I like and pretty much everything. Um, but it gets a bit different when you know exactly what people are working with and their specific accounts. So on an individual level, I just try to avoid it. Although technically, I'm not a registered fiduciary and am thus not, required by any means to help you with your shit. Nor am I responsible for what happens to it, which is a good place to be. Goldman Sachs and the San Francisco Giants. Good job, Dork. Thanks. I was wondering why so many were really careful to point that out. Mostly because they're idiots. These are the same people that don't understand how insider trading works. So just take it with a grain of salt. Move on. Got a few recommended and they're epic. Well, I mean, I can advise you on cheese all day. Found the shares underneath their mattress. Unfortunately for retail, the short hedge funds have infinite mattress creation. It's true. Also been here 13 months. Went from bagel eating old guy to Mo Money to Warden to you. Thanks, Truth. I appreciate it, man. JPal hawkish. What the fuck did they do? Hawkish or dovish today? We'll find out. I think they got a little scared at 390 and they're pulling back their commentary a bit. How do you feel about manual espresso machines? I don't know if they're like, you mean like lever action espresso machines? They're cool. They're a little hard to use. Are you? I assume you're talking about like the ones with the arm where you push the water through. They work. They make a good shot. I have a friend who has one. I've fucked around with it before. They have one now that like preheats that's a lot better. But they're kind of a pain in the ass. You got to clean all the parts. If you don't drink a lot of coffee, they're fine. The difference is that espresso is highly extracted, and it's just extracted under pressure versus a brewed coffee, which doesn't have the same level of extraction. So you don't get the same volatile compounds. You don't get the same natural oils stripped because the pressure helps remove those. So the flavor profile is different. You tend to end up with a lot more caffeine. You're using far more coffee in a drip brew than you are with espresso. It's lower in antioxidants, which don't really matter that much, but lower highs and lower lows is what we've been waiting for. By the way, fuck your calls. That BBBY run was bullshit. Everyone fucking hanging on every movement in this stock. Just wait for OPEX. Or don't. Yeah, the Flare Neo is one of them. Did you release your CC video? How do we access? It's on the other channel on School of Stock. It's not paid. It's free. That channel's not even monetized. I think the link is in the description down below. Fantastic ice cream in 90 seconds. I really don't like Ninja products. I do want to get an ice cream maker though, but I was thinking more like a professional gelato machine. I'm gonna add it to my obscene collection of kitchen appliances. So Genie has a positive beta during a market crash and then negative beta during a market run. I mean, sometimes the market's not really running right now. You know, it's kind of just doing nothing, doing a bunch of fucking nothing. 450 to 406 seems to be our trading range until JPOW speaks. Opinions on roasted beans exposing you to unnecessary carcinogens. Eh. Like roasting them yourself or just having any exposure to roasted beans? It's worth it. According to California, I'm unnecessarily exposed to carcinogens all day, every day. So I might as well enjoy them. Rancio Silva Pro. The Silva Pros are really good. I would go with the Rancio. Those things are fucking bulletproof. They're a great machine. A little pricier, but worth it. And I've heard really good things about the Pro. Your video on entropy swaps is the first result when I was searching Google for info on them. That's awesome. I don't like do any paid advertising for the channel, so it's funny when I pop up on actual search results. How do you organize all of your appliances given the New York City kitchen? Lots of shelves? Yeah, I have like a couple of those like metal like racks, and I just keep all of my appliances on them. I think you're cutting out of your weekly cat calls before JPOW talks today. I already closed them. I can always buy back in if I want to. But I took all my free money off the table. And I will simply wait until after 2 before re-entering positions. What's going on with BBY today? Looks like some early morning FTD covering, and then fuck all. I've gotta say that it confuses me how much I'm asked about this stock. It's $10. It's not really tradable. If you want more of it and you have conviction in, you know, what Ryan Cohen is trying to accomplish there with their shit board, then gun it. If you don't, then don't. But don't ask me about it every 5 fucking minutes. I don't care. I don't know if it's just like a lot of new investors in on fucking BBBY or people over leverage themselves into it. But either way, you know, it's going to run on OPEX when GameStop runs. It's going to do the things GameStop does because it's done them all fucking year. And then, you know, in between, it's just not very fucking interesting. It's undervalued, which means that you may be in it for a while before you see value. It's not an in and out or a quick play. It's not going to fund your GME position. It'll probably run in June because it ran in March. ETF FTDs are increasing on it. I put the fucking FTDs in the daily for everybody. Thanks to JFresh, sexy cat, sexy ginger cunt, for providing this. And then, you know, that's it. It's just, if you bought high and you still like it, average it down. If you bought high and you feel trapped, wait for it to go back up. Or alternatively, sell, buy something else, and accept the losses. True Seeker, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I think it's worth more than I paid for it, and my cost basis right now is $19.87. So, am I going to sell it now? No. Do I care if its price is under $19.87? Absolutely fucking not. Just like GameStop, you know, you're fucking happy people are in at like $200. We're trading at fucking 98. You don't give a shit, right? You're like, I'm gonna buy more GameStop. Same thing. It's a long play. I'm not in any GME calls right now. It's not the wrong side of the bet. It's just this constant like fucking nagging about BBBY and why it's $10. They're crushing the fucking shit out of the price right now. Someone is buying large quantities of it while they crush the price. This is how institutions move into cheap mid-cap stocks. They just destroy the price and then they buy a bunch of it and then they let it bounce back. You know who's probably buying it back? The people who sold it at 30 and killed the fucking FTDs. Like B of A. I mean, it's just... It's not like they had like 110% institutional ownership in the last quarter because institutions don't think it's undervalued. Yeah, but it moved up 40 cents and then back down 40 cents. And I've got 40 people asking me about it. Do you think BBY will go lower? I want to roll profits from BBY to GME for Juno packs. Short position entirely controlled by JFresh. More importantly, when we be playing TFT next, maybe tonight, we'll see. I kind of got most of the things I need to get done out of the way, and I'm done with school for this semester, so. Turned 200K to 160K, and then back into 204K. Nice turd. I also like paper trading. Why would you use a stock that runs at the same time as the other stock that you're following to shift profits? It's not like, you have alternating cycles. It's not like you have, BBBY here and then GameStop here. They run at the same fucking time. It's like trying to use AMC to fucking fund GameStop. It's ridiculous. I know you do, Jay Fresh. And I know you're joking. Because you can't afford $2,500 options. Then buy them way the fuck out and wait for the thesis to play out. If you thought they were going to pack up Bye Bye Baby in 3 days and sell it off, that's not what was going to happen. Cohen didn't buy Leaps for no reason. And I think most people just didn't sell the run up in March. That's on HD's entire pre-market gap being filled. Actually, I mean, I was in on HD this morning. I'm no longer, but I'll probably get back in on it. It's bounces off of hold on. The fuck? Its bounces off of 300 tend to be great. And they crushed earnings again. So, I'm not angry, but you have to have conviction in your investment. And it drives me fucking nuts when people don't. Because why the fuck would you have bought it if you don't believe in it? Sure, a trade can go south, but if you're invested in something, then you're invested in it. If you can't remember the reason you bought it, you probably shouldn't own it anymore. You're such a romantic. Is there any reason not to exit my 518 405s on the SPY while profitable and before Powell takes questions? Yeah, there's probably good reasons to do that. Why the fuck would you buy $90 June calls? Historically, we're just going to drop all the way into June 17th. Like, this is what we should expect from our price action over the next few days. Hold on, that's too far. Docu dead? Yeah, it might be. I think I'm getting fucked on my calls there. Sad. Although I wonder how much that's just in relation to the SPY dropping off. When did I buy these for? I bought them for next week. That's fine. Thanks, Secure. So May OPEX dead? I mean, I still don't have any strong expectations for May OPEX. I don't see why they would cover with obligations so low. They could. The option's open to them. Will they? Probably not. Maybe if they can keep the price in a tight range. Target dead. Exited yesterday. So, no. I'm still in it, but I'm like barely below where I bought in. So I have a lot of time on my target calls. I think it'll be okay. Earnings weren't so hot. Or earnings tonight. No. Earnings were yesterday, right? I gotta look this up because I'm not sure if I checked the right thing this morning now. No, earnings are tomorrow for Target. Right? Is that right? Yeah. Hold on, let me check something else and make sure. Tomorrow morning. Yeah. I actually think their earnings are going to be good. So this might just be like pre-earnings short. Also just trending with the market. It's down quite a bit today, but it's not like the market's doing great. And I think Target has some similar like short interest that like GameStop and stuff do. Walmart dragged down all of retail. Did they have like really shit earnings? I don't like Walmart that much. Borrow rate back to 5.57. Okay. Still compelling that it went up at all. So pushing to GN isn't likely. I think we saw the push that we're going to see. Unless we get one later in the afternoon, after Powell's speech, then this was likely the cap for today. Like the first couple days of ETF FTDs, we have nice surges. And if the market had kept applying pressure to this and hadn't gotten all volatile, we probably would have seen a push higher. But the first couple of days of ETF FTDs tend to be strong and reliable. After like the first 2 days, it starts to get really fucking choppy. Sometimes we see even higher highs, but they're very, very brief. Like in Feb, I think at one point we saw, like, I think it was like the third day in, we saw a higher high, the highest high for the whole cycle, but it was for like 2 minutes. And then we just tanked. That's because that volume from the previous day rolls forward and they continuously net settle it. Would you start selling CCs today? No. I'm, I might sell some for this Friday, like later into today. But my position on selling CCs is not going to be the same as yours. You need to understand that. Like, just because I'm not selling CCs doesn't mean you shouldn't consider it. Just because I'm not selling CCs doesn't mean that it's not profitable. I just have no reason to take the risk for the small amount of compensation provided. But everyone's risk is going to be different. Those companies are lying and manipulating it. I mean, they absolutely are. I think it's funny that people think that crypto is more fair. It's just pure capitalism, right? It's super easy to manipulate. Hi man, in your opinion, are they waiting for Chair Powell's speech to cover what they have to cover? Thank you for your wisdom. I mean, it looks like the market's going to stagnate a bit into Powell's speech at 2 p.m. So I'm sure we'll see more volatility and more volume towards the end of the day. Also, liquidity is just super dry. Nope, they've been closing their 120, 140 in the money puts. Slowly. They probably closed the last of them this morning. Remember, those are sold puts, so they're a bit like they act a bit like in the money calls, right? So they sold the puts when we were trading at $80. So a move to 94 means the cost to buy to close is reduced by $14 in delta, right? Or a move to 108. And they just receive it's like an in the money call, except you receive the money up front, right? Because you get the credit. Docu dead? It's not looking great. I'll probably cut my losses here in a minute. That was a massive drop. I only have 2 calls. Although I feel like if the SPY rallies, maybe I should just hold them. I've already probably lost all I'm going to lose on them. Unless we're going back down to 64. Consolidation almost looks... Well, it looked bullish for a second. Jesus, man. That sell-off was fucking intense. Should have been paying attention to this. Yeah, that's bad. Hmm. Why is the pricing so far off? Piece of shit. This drives any lower below 4-3. I'm gonna cut those SPY calls too. Win more stimmies. Seriously. Gaff has entered the chat. XRT mimicking Jimmy. Destroying some boomers' retirement plans to short a few companies. Just a shame. Yeah, it is. QQQ capitulation. Who's an us the fellow picklers that for a non-minuscule fee, I will be telling people when to time their entries opposite mine for an exceptionally lucrative experience. I won't be doing that, Seacraft. Win dropped to 75. Incoming? Still think we'll see an SLD dump towards the end of the week. Probably. I don't know if it'll be as strong this time around. Why do you think Docu has a moat around its services that somebody like Microsoft or Adobe couldn't duplicate? I don't think they couldn't duplicate it. I think they could. And I think Docu is put in a position where they need to be the ones to kind of break new ground. And so, that's more costly for them, and the people that follow after can do it more efficiently. But at the same time, it would take a very long time for them to catch up and get especially on the legal side. There's a lot of work that has to be done to get the appropriate licensing and stuff. So it's not just the software dev side, which obviously like Microsoft or Adobe could replicate very quickly. It's the legal side where they'd get bogged down. I think they let it run too long without following suit, and I think that has only further increased their moat as they get licensing in more and more states, and if they can move into digital notary, or the acceptance of like court documents and stuff through Docu in various states, it only serves to further differentiate themselves from any potential competition that could come along. Well, sometimes it is easy to steal other companies' hard work. Hopping back in HD? Not yet. Although, compelling. Jesus. Fucking rug pull today was swift and vicious. Glad I got out of most of my shit this morning. AMD doing a little better than most other things. Cat holding its own too. Visa's okay. I wonder where the turnaround point is. Do we just dive down to 401? Maybe. Interesting. Yeah, Docu has a head start on blockchain signatures. Bill Gates stole everything and called it Windows. It's true. I mean, was that really Bill Gates or was that Xerox's fault for selling it to him for nothing? No reason HD should be below 300. Nope, there isn't. Dude, most things are negative after great starts today. Is holding BBY feel same like holding AMC? I don't know. It's just market wide effects. Don't forget, Home Depot's heavily weighted in ETFs, right? And active funds. So it's pretty sensitive to fluctuations in the market. Match market cap peaks last year. BBY would need to hit $80. Thoughts? Wait, their market cap peaks? What's up, rug pullopotamus? Rough. What's the VIX doing? Ooh. Jimmy back to yesterday's intraday low, almost. Getting there. Do you have any phobias? Not that I'm aware of. I don't like heights. It's not like a phobia. I just don't like them. But I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm not like deathly afraid of it. I'm surprised you'd run after J Pow Powwow. Maybe. We'll see. Fuck you, turd. I keep hearing about CERN puts. Is it just a bet on hopes that the deal doesn't go through? Yeah, pretty much. Betting against the deal going through. Messed up those cat calls. Did you do that by waking up at 10:50? I feel like even now my cat calls would still be in the money, right? Yeah. If you had the same calls as me, I had 207.50s, so they'd still be up. I mean, not much, but up. If everyone on DRS sold their shares, then bought back at the drop in DRS, would that be game over for Wall Street? Probably not. Also, ridiculous to think that anybody could act with that degree of retail could ever act with that degree of control. Yeah, no problem, Tickle Piggle. Thank you. No, I got excited for the buyback and got two 1250s. Oh. How far out? You know, share buybacks take a lot of time, right? Wouldn't that just make us an institution? Yeah. That's what happens. Power and money consolidate. So we're to buy at the money Vixie calls, low I who would be buying those calls when the VIX spikes over 30? So we're to buy at the money Vixie calls with low OI. The market maker? Power money do not consolidate for me. Is there any gap to fill? No. That's on Jimmy bull call spreads for July 17th. Probably fine. What's your target range? I showed up to 500 likes. Pathetic. What do you mean? We have more than 500 likes. No, we don't. What the fuck, people? Mark it down. No one likes the stream. You know, the usual, Carl. Is there dark pool volume indicating covering this afternoon? There's dark pool volume. HD bounce at 291.20. SPY looks like it might be turning around too. Hmm. Need to get more of this. See? Thanks, Con Knock. I appreciate it, guys. Any chance the real BlackRock employees told you interns what to expect from His Holiness Pope Jerry, the printer, in this most holy of Tuesdays? No. The capitulating capuchin couldn't carry quarter-pound coconuts because crocodiles were high crux. Thank you. I'll be here all week. If we see lows in the 70s, do you think we'll bounce back like last OPEX to 180? Assuming they cover in June. I don't know if we'll move back into the 180s. I mean, that'll depend on call buying. And Gamma Max. Gamma Max is actually still really high right now. I'm telling you, the SPY is heading to 400 today. 401, Daniel Taylor, Prodigal Dan's return. Also, welcome back. I think we need a Powell Hour song for every time he speaks. Options are very expensive for GameStop right now. You think that was the peak for GME today? I mean, probably. If we get like a sharp turnaround in the market later, we might pull back up, but it doesn't look great. Praise be to VWAP, Brett Harrell. What's with your favorite soup stock today? I don't know. What's it doing? Nothing. It just did a little dippy do. Seems fine. It's recovering pretty quickly. Someone might have bailed on like a position, something like that. It's pretty fucking illiquid usually, so. Do I just bail on Oxy? I mean, like, I'm almost at my price target. I don't want to. I have so much time, but do I wait for 74? Hmm. Questions. Beru's still doing weird shit. Huh. T+2 from May 20th, from this Friday. What is zigazig? Ah. Duh. Ivy's always insane on GME. Because you live to sell CCs, CSPs. All hail Mo money. Those of you I live to sell CCs, CSPs. Ivy is very, very high right now. For Campbell's covered call, is it likely to get called away if it expires a few dollars in the money? Yeah. Very. XRT dead? Jesus. It's getting there. But it has so much further to go. Can't wait till it's back at $20. Earlier, you were ranting during someone's billionaire song, and it sounded like a fire spoken verse part of the song. Do you have current borrow rate status? I don't know. Just go look on fucking iBorrow desk if you want to know. I don't have IBKR open right now. I really don't want to check. It's dropped. Yeah, down to 5.6. Still significant that it went up at all, though. Should just be dropping nonstop through this period. No, in 4 years' time, they'll have DRS'd most of the shares. Don't hate me, but all my shares on IBKR got loaned out a few days after I enabled share lending. Super sus that the datebot domain is XYZ and PyPy uses the same XYZ ticker in his school stack covered call examples. Shill much? I don't know what you're talking about. Thoughts on PBR if you sell your Oxy? Hmm. I actually don't like I don't hate it, turd. It looks pretty good. I need some time on it though. It's not it's definitely not a quick mover. Hey, look at all that volume. Can brokers lend shares even if they are synthetic? No one gives a shit. Yes. $10 calls, 624 expiry on sale, 130. Interesting. Are synthetic shares same as share? Yes. What stops a broker from loading the same share 100 times? Absolutely nothing. No, it's not MOASS. Just a hard bounce on the SPY. Don't forget, we still have FTDs. So SPY bounces, we bounce. We're actually green on the day, which is still kind of impressive. Why do you think Supersonic hates options so hard? They're awesome. If Supersonic as a community has proved anything over time, it's that they fear all things they don't understand. Like cavemen seeing fire for the first time. Must have been shocking. Soon they'll. I think every day more and more though they capitulate and move towards the light, realizing that it's actually just a gift from the gods and not the evil they once thought it was. In about in about 5 more years, they'll learn to manage a position. First WMT was green. I'm sorry. Odorous color colon. If the market keeps driving up, sure, why not? Yeah, I wrote an article about meme stocks gonna rip soon. Yesterday you mentioned wheat's barcoding as possible crime. No, I didn't. You can explain why the chart would ever look like that and how it would be crime. It's just high frequency trading. That's all. They're just trading in a narrow range very rapidly, which just drives up volume, but doesn't really affect the price because they're just capturing small variations in arbitrage. The first 12, 18 months, Superstock hasn't existed for fucking 18 months, Rhino. I know it feels like it, but yeah, I know. Rentec bought a bunch of GameStop. Probably the spread, JS, and opening market open volatility. I'm not gonna stream JPow's speech. I don't think he's gonna say anything important. Yeah, maybe I will. It's not Fed minutes, so maybe I'll stream it. We'll see. We got a few hours. Looks like PBR has a large dividend with an X date in a week. Interesting. Prepping for more ouchy down downs with that VXX call. No, VXX doesn't track the broader it doesn't track the VIX anymore. It's detached from its futures contracts that it normally tracks. What's up, Sean? When did Rentec up their position? Sometime in the last quarter. What's an NDLS? Something I haven't heard in a while. Oh, I ate at this place once. Fuck no. It's garbage. I'm gonna short them. No, it looks like it's gonna turn around. But still, they're awful. You talking parts or brick and mortar like AutoZone or O'Reilly? I mean, also auto manufacturers who still manufacture parts. But you both actually. I think brick and mortar and actually the brick and mortar side may do better. I don't know if consumers are going to be able to afford mechanics always. They might have to do the work themselves. It's a lot cheaper. It's not like there's anything on a car you can't fix with a YouTube video nowadays. I know mechanics don't want to hear that, but it's a little bit true. They sell cup of noodles? It says they own restaurants. Nope, no idea what JPO's gonna do. Still not selling any CCs on BBBY? Why bother? Don't forget to change your headlight fluid. You put way too much faith in people's mechanical ability. It's not that hard to turn a wrench. Nissan owns Cup of Noodles, right? The ape community seems strong, but will whales, who will be rich, some rich already, hold for us tiny apes so we can live the dream? No. Of course not. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Blows my mind why you don't live in some beautiful area like Sedona and trade from there. Well, Sedona's access to fucking fiber internet is probably fairly limited, Stefan. Also, why the fuck would I ever want to live in Sedona, Arizona? Have you been there? Have you spent any time in Arizona? It sucks. It's just a hot, awful shithole. Phoenix is the worst, but the other places aren't much better. Amazon pays me $60 an hour to assemble what is basically IKEA furniture for people. Many people do not, in fact, know how to use or identify a wrench. That's fucking hysterical. All right, Pickle Man, you come finish tearing this engine apart for me. I mean, I probably could. I'm fairly good at fixing cars. I grew up with mechanics, so. If you live in Rome, market opens at 6 p.m. That is enticing. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of everything being brown all the time or rocks. That and, meth and evangelical Christians aren't my favorite people. No offense, I just don't think we'd get along. Only people who live in Arizona would say Arizona has great food. I bought a call option yesterday that was 20% out of the money. It isn't up 500% this morning, so I'm going to capitulate. Sincerely, your average R Wall Street bets trader. Why do you have a car in the city? In case I have to leave. All-time best clip, shill analysis of the financial markets. Yeah, the Caymans aren't so great anymore. They're not the secret they once were. Everything's all Mexican food is greater than New York Mexican food. Why the fuck would you eat ceviche in Arizona? There's no ocean. I know. Fish is frozen and shipped, but still, it's shipped further to get there, right? Have you had? I've had Mexican food in Mexico. Today's market brought to you by Offensive Pickle. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good of a Street Fighter are you? Are you talking about the video game? Or like actually fighting somebody? God damn it, Victor. You know full well that Tesla's not alive. The bear market's dead. That's what's dead. Actual human fight? I don't know. I'm too old for that shit. Oh. I will fight you, man. I'll fight you right back. Come at me. Crushed knee or foot on desk. I accidentally dropped my water bottle on my pinky toe. Can you actually fight? I mean, I used to be able to. I'm pretty fat now. I'd probably be out of breath in minutes. I don't even know if it would go minutes. Although I'm big enough that I could probably knock someone out before I got to the point where I had to break a sweat. I know the water bottle makes me look like a tiny human, but I'm quite large. Okay, that's the best fucking comment I've seen all day. He'll crunch your tiny skull with his calves like a nutcracker. Congratulations, Randall Daytona. I don't own a top out shirt. I'm like 6'3", 260 pounds. And if I'm in shape, I'm like 235. So I'm carrying around like an extra. Oh, there's a lot of fat. Let's just say that. Four eight, 180. I'm 6'4". Those are two measurements. Yeah, I played sports when I was a kid. I miss the days when you would whisper, guys, Jimmy's touching VWAP when Jimmy would cross it. I feel like I've done that kind of recently. Like just in March. It's not even like it was that long ago. No, I wouldn't. Why would I be more motivated to be outdoors? I fucking hate the outdoors. How many pull-ups? I doubt I could do a pull-up right now. What sports did you play? Polo and croquet? I took karate when I was like a really little kid till I was like 14, and then I played football. Master of karate and friendship. I was a linebacker and a fullback, tight end when I was like freshman, when I was still smaller. In retrospect, do you wish you hadn't played football? I didn't. I never like suffered any concussions or anything, so no. It was fine. I mean, it was a fucking waste of time. I probably could have been doing something more useful, but real football or American football? You've never suffered any concussions that you're aware of. Fair. The repeated blows in the head got me ready for options trading. It's that risk-seeking behavior. MTB dork. I've had 4 concussions playing D1. That's why I'm here on a YouTube channel losing money every week. Did you play any sports while living in Europe as a kid? We had like a physical education class that mostly involved soccer, and that wasn't really pushed. I was pretty young when I lived there, though. 2 p.m. for the Powell speech. I've never tried to chop through an ice block. Average Joe. I don't think I'd try to teach high school football players to trade. They're too young. Thoughts on AMD? It's doing good. It's undervalued. My leaps are happy. Any knee problems? Oh, yeah. You know what I need? I need an ice cream. See, when you're an antagonistic person like me, having an audience is one of the best things in the world. Like, you guys go on about your intermittent fasting, your diets, and I can just sit here and eat Haagen-Dazs ice cream bars in front of you. I'm not calling you out, Carl. Keto pizza is amazing. You know what's better, Chad? Actual pizza. I do use TTM squeeze. I like it. Don't tell Stefan, though. He'll have to stop doing cardio. You know what gluten-free pasta needs? Gluten. Spizer's not giving a fuck right now. Look at this go. I love it when the market's completely unreasonable. Is that ice cream bar supposed to provide energy for rowing? Sure. I want to do like a testimonial video on like what the market has changed in people's lives. And mine's gonna be, I used to date crazy women and now I trade options. You know, I was going to join the wrestling team in high school, Dork, but then for kind of the exact opposite reason of you, I didn't. The idea of groping and grappling other dudes in really tight unitards didn't really do it for me. I was like, that seems way too masculine. I don't want to be involved. Why is unitard not a name in chat yet? I don't know. Just the same, except now when you lose money, it's not in the middle of a mall holding a purse. Exactly. It's called a singlet, man. No, I'm taken. Thank you for the offer, plumber. Jimmy's doing absolutely nothing, so the market must be ripping, right? Yeah. Okay, I do have one phobia that I'm gonna share it with you guys. I'm willing to expose my vulnerabilities. I'm afraid of finishing ice cream that's on a wooden stick because I worry that I might accidentally lick the wooden part. It's a reasonable fear. It just doesn't, there's something wrong with licking the wooden part of an ice cream like popsicle. It's the texture. It's just it's gonna make me gag. Stop it. Let's not talk about it, okay? What if you do? What if you do get a splinter? Don't act like it's never happened to someone. That's my fear. I shared it with you. Don't judge me. Wow. Insensitive assholes. HD is not dead. Accurate. Thanks, Hestia. What's this I hear about not licking wood? Did last Friday mean nothing to you? Wooden hug. Tropophobia. I'm looking it up right now. No, that doesn't freak me out. Like little tryptophobia? Wait, tropophobia is the fear of moving or making changes. Tryptophobia is the fear of things with little holes in it. Do you scream when you wake up with morning wood? No. Splinters can happen, but let's be real here. The probability of it happening is really slim. Like, there's a much higher probability of Moonwind CCs getting assigned. But it could happen. It's all about risk management, Twin Peaks. If you don't like heights, it's a phobia. No, being afraid of heights is a phobia. Being uncomfortable with being in places very high up, exposed places very. I live on the 13th floor of a building. I'm not like cripplingly afraid of heights. Once again, using my free message to say I'm only subscribed for the food hacks. Thanks for the tip on how to safely eat popsicles. No problem, tongue splinter. You seem like you were a band kid. No, I was in choir, like the chorus. I took chorus. That's seemed to be the highest ratio of girls to men. Joke's on you. There is no 13th floor. No, my building has one. Some buildings don't. Most buildings don't. Dude, choir was, I mean, not initially. I had a requirement to take a music class. It seemed like the easiest one. Girls to slightly post-pubescent boys. I don't know. My one friend was still in high school and he was like 20. So he got left back a lot. Yeah, I mean they do have a 13th floor, but they just go 12 and then 14. I think he did get a GED. I wonder what happened to him. Is that what Facebook is for? Wouldn't you wonder what happened to somebody who you haven't seen in fucking 15 years? Did you fear of a tongue splinter extend to licking fiber? Why would you lick fiberglass? What date is the stock split? No one knows. If I haven't seen someone in a few hours, I assume they're dead. Fiberglass? You mean spicy cotton candy? Didn't GME say they were going to have the marketplace open before the shareholder meeting? No, before the end of the quarter, which is in July. Do you like Jersey City? Have you been to Jersey City? No. Maybe both, Salik. How do you prevent waterboarding yourself from all the hydrostatic pressure in your water vessel? It's actually quite difficult. It's almost drowned me a couple times. Any theories as to why Dixie is dropping? Dollars worth less? That's usually what makes it drop. It's not down that much. It's still way the fuck up from February. And it's lows in May. It's a perfectly reasonable fear, and I won't be told otherwise. Also, like the fucking stream. Why would I be fighting 7-year-olds? How does one find themselves in a fight with a large group of 7-year-olds in the first place? What are the chances we touch GN today? I don't know. It depends on if we keep moving up. Better than they were an hour ago. Why don't companies sell options insurance? Not enough demand yet. Also, you can just buy insurance on your options. It's called hedging. Great call on Baba. Closed this morning for 162% gain. Just wanted to say you're the man. Also, firm is looking great. Yeah, looking for some more confirmation bias. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, a firm's looking good. Still very choppy, but I think it'll start to regain some ground. I might wait for a break of like 25 before I re-enter it, but I sold earlier while I was still up. The FTDs decline in quantity, Peter. And then also the previous day's volume helps offset the next day's FTDs through CNS. So lower and lower every day until they're all gone. Thoughts on Susquehanna? What about them? No, they won't, Rims and Tims. I've been shadow banned since like day one. You shouldn't keep your crypto on an exchange. But like everyone knows that, right? It's not like a fucking secret. Natsuka. Hey, there's Gav. I knew we couldn't talk about CNS without him showing up. Like divorce insurance? I feel like I could get people to pay a premium on that. Interesting. A shadow bans means not showing up without a subscription. No, you have most definitely not been shadow banned. That's not what people with subscriptions tell me. How does CNS affect GME price throughout the day? Danke. It doesn't, really. It creates more volatility. If there's pressure on it, then that can affect the price. Well, more it affects performance than price, but financially, I'm going to be $3 off per month better off. The kid I was sponsoring in Africa has just been eaten by a lion. Ah, huh. Does divorce insurance seem like theta decay of marriage? Yeah. I have not subscribed for Reason, and your stuff gets always recommended to me. What's the reason? How do I get your subscription for Dorder Punked? It's the only thing in the world I want now because I can't have it. Is divorce insurance same like good lawyer? I think it's same like prenuptial agreement. Buy vertical put spreads on XRT, make GME go down, sell roll vertical put spreads on XRT, forcing locate to MMs, then GME runs. See you all after June OPEX. Yeah. M2B dork. I have a phobia of those boogers that flap open and closed as you breathe. uh, this is a good day. What else in your fucking feed is so important? Fair enough. My granddad said something great to me just before I graduated from high school. Don't listen to people who already agree with you. There's nothing for you to learn there. It's true. Maybe we're getting too complacent in here, and I need to antagonize super stonkers on Twitter or something. Or AMC people. Bring on the haters. Where are they? Did you get a prenup with Super Stonk? No. But I get I get alimony in the form of attrition. Spend the day walking through people through undrsing, then show RSS the clip. Replacement credit card here on Friday. I can't wait to be back in the Dillionaire Club and the special Gherk only Cavs channel. The reverse split in a stock with a dividend usually result in a dividend change to match the split. So 3% div stays 3%. What? Dividend change to match the split? Oh, yes. I think. Your question's a bit unclear, but I believe the answer you're looking for is yes. Do you think ComputerShare can handle overflow of users on their website during MOASS? Imagine if it crashes. I will laugh. HD going to test a VWAP of 300 today. You mean again? Probably. It's trying really hard. How's the market doing? We gotta wait for Powell. Nothing good can happen until Powell says okay. What do you think of Beyond as a short squeeze play? Eh. Cool. Thanks for letting me know. If he's a no-show, the whole school will know. Who even started the whole DRS thing? I mean, technically, it's all Turd's fault. At least that's who I blame. For my 14th subscription, hope you feel honored from this monumental achievement. The bards will sing of this for centuries, inspiring children around the world to YOLO weeklies. So by Friday, we'll know if May OPEX is going to be significant. No, we'd know by next Monday. I still don't think it's going to be. It's okay, turd. Is there a possibility of market makers forcing a creation of a blockchain options market? No, no one wants that but you. They use the people. The funniest part about computer share is all of their transactions are transacted by the exact people who trade swaps on GameStop. Income tax insurance. Interesting. Big GameStop is building one with Loop Ring. No, they're not. They're definitely not building a blockchain options market. Can we start calling super stonkers ring wraiths? Like, not all of them, but just the ones that are really annoying. I like it. DRS, your fucking share is precious. Anything limiting computer share from selling total return swaps on held shares? Yeah, they can't do that. They don't hold anything, technically, right? Wow, I just accidentally a few words. Is it natural that after a few months of watching the stream, almost every comment on SS makes me cringe? I think so. You need to hide your trade history. Using my free chat to say I'm a poor who had to pay per hand my membership. Bring the shame. We don't shame billionaires. Nice try. But wait, your membership's back. I'm confused. Yeah, the next video I'm gonna do is on cash secured puts. Wang snitching on funds now? Of course he is. He doesn't want to go to jail. And then they'll snitch, and everyone will snitch until they snitch so high up the chain that those people actually can't go to jail, and then it'll be over. What if computer share are shills set up by the hedge funds? Imagine that. I mean, they're the only ones that benefit from it. Unless you really care about your shareholder rights, which no one fucking does. What cracks me up is some of the reasons RSS comes up with for price action. It's almost as bad as Motley Fool. End of last week wasn't ETF FTDs. It was checks notes. MM's pricing out retail for something. No, it was because RC tweeted and Pulte bought 4 shares. Duh. Get your shit together, Pterodactyl. It's like you're not even reading the DD. I trade my Zillionaire membership, canceling and buying in between market hours to avoid theta. What's a good price target to enter AMD long calls you were chasing? Did you ever find out how much each account cost GME to CS for admin fees? Nope. All we found out is that it costs money. We don't know how much. It is undisclosed. I don't even understand the push for voting this time. It doesn't fucking matter. I mean, here's the two. First of all, unvoted shares are just yay, right? So if you're gonna vote yes on everything anyway, you don't even need to vote, right? And then if the retail shareholding count comes in below, they're just gonna be like, oh, they trimmed it. So it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, we could already see how they're gonna confirm their bias in advance. Can you check these nuts? No. Yeah, fake squeeze posts are my favorite. So guys, don't sell on the next squeeze. It's gonna be fake. If you invest in a company you like, you should vote. Why shouldn't you? Sure, but it's not a big deal, right? It doesn't need talked about over and over and over again. You don't need to share your vote with people on the internet for fucking fake meaningless points. There was someone doing the why would Ryan Cohen share the DRS numbers with us when he's writing the fucking quarterly report at his tiny desk? Nonsense. Is that what's happening here? Am I missing it? It's a legal disclosure. More than 5% of the float is held closely. That's a liability. End of story. There's nothing to investigate beyond that. There's no hint. It is a risk to future investors that, if not disclosed, could create a liability for GameStop. I probably won't sell my shares even if we underwent a Volgavana squeeze. Unless it went up significantly over the money I can make off covered calls in the next few years. Why wouldn't I just sell covered calls? Like, this is why super stock is dangerous. Abstention is different from not voting your shares. It is. You actually have to abstain. I made $1,500 on CCs in the 5 weeks since I undrs'd my shares because of you. Thanks for getting me off the Kool-Aid. No problem, man. Veru breaks through and holds $15 mark next 2 weeks. COVID treatment announced. Pending currently says possible approval Q3. Bio stocks, same as mining stocks. Am I right? Yeah, I mean, you can just hold it forever and hope that everything pushes through and, they get their approval. And if they do, the stock will rip. It's going to rip hard if they get the approval. But the holding time is just sucks. Like, I don't know. I'd rather just sell like fucking far dated cash secured puts at that point if I want to lock up all my capital. You have any water exposure? More than I can handle. I mean, $1,500 a share, and yeah, I'm probably gonna sell. Or I'll just fucking sell covered calls and then sell my collateral when the price drops. I think stalkers truly believe that when someone gets called on a CC, they somehow don't get the money for the sale. I've seen that too, yeah. It's got to be like a true squeeze though for me to even consider it. This is why I don't think fucking DFE had any reason to sell ever. He could have sold covered calls at the top of every run for like 10% of his positional value. Options are the devil's plaything. More if you sold them in the money. You streaming JPOW? I could. It's in a couple hours though. We got time. Back through view up. I mean, if it keeps going up, I'll sell higher. But if it starts going down at 1,500, it's not like I'm not gonna have stop losses in place at those prices. If we break 1,000, I've got stop losses on everything. Why do people forget that DFE only accounted for GME hitting $12 to $16? I don't know. Covered calls are pretty straight and to the point, Roberto Gamma. I tried to get as much information about covered calls in there as I could, but they're pretty fucking simple. Dude, if we had $1,000 a share after a 35-1 split, oh. We can't even split 35-1. I think it's what, 13-1's the max. Stop limits, yeah. You know, I outlined a fucking exit strategy like over a year ago now. If it keeps going up, you keep making money if you do it right. You just make money all the way up. And then hopefully you're out before it starts coming down, because once it does, you're fucked. Literally nothing about my exit strategy, DD, has changed. It's still applicable. Sure, it could go higher. I'm not saying I'm going to sell, but I'm going to set a stop limit. Is today the last significant day of FTD covering? No. It goes out through the 19th. I'm at the BBBY chart. Oh. Trailing stop around 20%. Could that be enough to weather some volatility? I mean, think of it this way. If we're trading at 1,000 and your trailing stops at 20%, you're stopped out at 800. The problem with trailing stops though is they move up with price action, so they don't dodge downward volatility. But there'd be so many halts between those two price points, it's ridiculous. What's the difference between a stop limit and a stop loss? Oh boy, I have a video in the clips on that if you want to go check it out. Walk in. Stop losses are market orders. Stop limits are a limit order. That's the main difference. For those of us who can't manage the position for the entire day, listen, Papa Muff. If GameStop's at $1,000, you'll figure it out. No, they don't reset. You have to manually reset them, Patrick. Shouldn't a short seller just realize it's a squeeze and hold? Yeah. If Jimmy breaks 350, I'm going to be suddenly sick and have to go home so I can manage my position. Can GameStop make their own stock exchange? Sure, that doesn't mean anybody's going to fucking use it. There's lots of exchanges that nobody fucking uses. Biden speaking? Right now? Is it about the economy? Because otherwise I don't really know if I care. Biden speaking on GME. Is it good that the SPY is up and GME isn't really doing anything? No. And the SPY's not really up. It needs to break 406. GameStop outperforming a little bit. Alright, back up on IBKR. Cool. Does utilization really matter? No. It means FTDs are due 13 days after creation. Or after, well, after they hit the tape. So it could be like T plus 6 plus 35 C plus 13. What are your thoughts on selling long dated cover calls if cost basis is above 250? I guess you could if you want to. Yeah, utilization and short interest from Ortex would matter if they were the full picture, but they're not. But yeah, it's not a true representation, which is the problem. It's incomplete data, which makes it useless data. What? MACD and ADX and GME very bullish. Not really. Not on the daily or any time frame that matters. Can Robinhood throw you in jail if your account goes negative because of margin? No? There's no debtor's prison in the US. Does Texas still have it? Maybe. That I'd believe. 1 second. I'll be right back. Hello. Huge BBBY volume candle? What's happening? Ooh, it's doing things. Slightly above VWAP. Sell some covered calls on this fucking piece of shit. Did you guys zoom out to the yearly? We're in a rip. 'Oh, Discord muted? Sorry. Sorry, I left it muted, guys. Win spy to 390. Don't worry. Interesting. 2 p.m. Interesting. Uh, some similarities, but not many. Yet my $45 520s that I held through $2 are now at 1 cent and aren't budging. Strange. Win spy to 490. Not anytime soon unless they change something drastic. JPO being interviewed by Wall Street Journal, it's not a speech. It's listed as a speech. If your contracts are expiring in 30 days, 30 plus days, and you're down, how do you determine whether to hold out or reposition? I mean, you're down. That should tell you that you need to reposition, right? They don't make 13th floors. Yes, they do. New looking good after the little dip. Is it though? It's starting to look a little better. But so's everything. Imagine moving furniture up 13 floors. We have a freight elevator. Full bowl? We'll see. Did you see JPOW making reference to Wagner and the concept of matching the interest rate to the CPI rate not long ago? I did. I don't think they're going to do that. That's pretty extreme. Discussed Bridgewater taking a GME position. It's like an insignificant position. It's like 4,100 shares. You know, it's just, who gives a shit? Rentec bought a lot of shares. But Bridgewater's position is like fucking nothing to write home about. I still feel like that's the thing that it's hardest to get across is like the notional value of stuff, because it seems like so many people are tied into like their like the daily value that they perceive in their life, and then they see something like $600,000 and they're like, holy fuck, it's nothing. Like $600,000 is literally like pocket change for a firm like Bridgewater. Yeah, Rentec seems to be just pretty aware of the cycles, and they absolutely sell on everyone. $600K is Bridgewater's espresso budget a day. Rig doing a thing. Good. Can you discuss insert insignificant fund here, taking a position on insert random ticker here, and why does it mean MOASS is insert desired timing here? Yeah, I get that a lot. I'll never DRS my 10 shares. That's the problem, is people need to differentiate between what's a lot of money to them and what's a lot of money when dealing with the stock market. There's still this notion, you know, that it has persisted this entire time that, you know, GameStop's, you know, $9 to $12 million market cap is somehow a burden for a $500 billion fund like Citadel. It's not. They don't give a fuck. Sorry, billion. 9 to 12 billion, yes. GME isn't $1 million a share though. So it doesn't matter what if it is, it's not. You have to deal with the present, not speculation on the future. Yeah, if it's $1 million a share, it's not just a problem for Citadel, it's a problem for the global economy. So you're telling me it's $26, a fresh pack of smokes, and a pepperoni isn't a lot of money? They could be. They may not be obliged to disclose them, but I don't know why they're not entering options positions. Too much risk and slippage. Toss in a personal cheese and 13 euros, and we're printing it. Think about taking a long position in BBY and testing out this CC revenue generation. Okay. I warn you now, covered calls over there are not worth very much right now. Until someone breaks the news to super stalkers that these funds are dumping on the cycles. I mean, 4,100 shares is like a trading desk at Bridgewater has taken a position on GameStop. Like one dude managing, like $30 million or $20 million has taken a tiny position in GameStop. Someone did, and then they banned him. Accurate. Rip VXX call. VXX isn't tied to the VIX. Technically. Upstart is rocketing. Everything's probably rocketing right now. Market's moving up. Our rate back to 6.3. Everything's rocketing except Docu. Yeah. Docu's having a rough morning. I closed my calls. And I should have just sold them when they were up, honestly. I knew the test at 80 could be met with a sell-off. Oh well. Good place to learn, because if you get burned, minimal cost to buy back. That's true. How come you aren't averaging down on BBBY? I did already. I averaged down quite a bit on this drop. My cost basis was kind of high. It was at like 24. It's now down under 20. Um, if we'd stayed at like 15 or so, I would have just kept selling covered calls. But at this price, it's almost not worth it. I'll just wait for the next run, and I should be able to average down pretty decently. I might buy some more shares while it's low, but I think it could go lower before OPEX. EPAM consolidation. When's it breaking to 380? I don't know, but I'm already in pretty deep. Also, liquidity's picking up in options. I got filled on 10 contracts at 330. So, just waiting. I would say next 5 trading days, maybe. The fucking range on the breakout is insane. I mean, even if it just hits like 360, I'll make so much goddamn money. And I'm in at 600 shares right now, too. Thank you, Gaff. Offsets the Cardano. No, I averaged the Cardano down. It's fine. I got some more algo on the dip, too. EPAM calls are expensive. Yeah, the stock's expensive. It doesn't look rounded bottom at all, Stefan. It's just going up. How dare I what? Buy algo? I have both. What's your DTE on EPAM calls? July? How many days is that? I'm not sure. 59 days to expiration. What's rounded about the bottom? This was a rounded bottom breakout, maybe. Also, there is no textbook rounded bottom breakout because they don't talk about rounded bottom breakouts in textbooks. Your bottom's rounded. You're just saying nonsense now, Stefan. What's a better option for playing the VIX if VXX is decoupled? There's VIXY, there's UVXY. You can just play CBOE VIX options. That's literally what RBB is. It's not nonsense. Yes, it is. That's why the only people talking about it are talking about it in financial seminars that are for sale. I've seen the rounded bottom thread. Next school of stock video, rounded bottom breakouts. His forward-looking peak indicator. I need to go over that with him still. He sent me the DM last night, but there's issues with it. And it's still significantly more inaccurate than gamma neutral spikes. Because gamma neutral spike actually tells you the exact day to the hour that, you know, the price action is gonna, the upwards price action is gonna end. It's fine. I mean, it's accurate to a degree. I don't like how it estimates Black-Scholes and volatility. Yeah, but I don't have access to gamma neutral. Yeah, you do. I post it in the fucking daily every day. That's the point, is to give access to it. And indicators like that tend to be useless until you test them in real time. So you've actually got to test it on the next run to ensure that it throws the signal in a timely manner. Because it could be like CVVWAP, where it changes its past data to reflect current conditions. You're the gamma neutral keeper of gates. I'm not gatekeeping it. I give it out every day. Yeah, actually, you know what? BBBY might break out. Although I think it will depend on the SPY breaking out here. How does one clear or can kick FTDs without volume? What do you mean? They don't need the volume today. They have it for the last 4 days. Actually, they have it for like the last 2 weeks. Volume started picking up right when the FTDs first became due. They can roll that forward, remember? They internalize, roll it forward, push it through CNS again and again and again until the obligations are gone. Is it safe to assume that the SPY has resistance roughly every dollar increment? Not always. It usually has the most. You have to look at OI. So it depends heavily on the range it's trading in. Like SPY is going to have way more resistance, you know, here at like 407 than at 408. And then it's got quite a bit at 409. I have my dissertation defense presentation tomorrow morning before market open. I'm going to say my dissertation was poor because I was staring at GME and BBBY. Wish me luck. This is what I hate about when you go down the rabbit hole of technical analysis indicators. So many of them are just the same thing. Most of them are. Most of them are just convergence of moving averages. They're like, oh, but I changed this setting and now it predicts the future. No, it doesn't. Something to be warned of now is that you will see just thousands of different indicators, lots of them paid indicators, and they're all just the same shit. Very rarely will you come across one that's actually different or unique. It's a lot of like, well, if this moving average does this thing, then, then this is going to happen. And no, sometimes it just doesn't. Chaos. Unbounded can be tweaked. That's true. Can you sell me a forward-looking indicator that's actually just someone that slaps me anytime I'm going to do a dumb trade? But you can change smoothing and to smooth out volatility on almost any indicator, Stefan. Boom, boom, Paladin Elite. Ichimoku's forward-looking, technically, yes. It still throws false signals all the time. I used to use it really heavily. Why didn't you average down from your BBY position you said was still at a cost basis of 19? Me dropping it to 19 was averaging down. I'll get it down lower over time, but it's going to take a little while. I already have quite a bit. This is the opportunity to do so. Do I want to buy more? I'm like approaching 5x shares of BBBY now, and it's like it's getting to be a bit much. It's more than I want to own of it. Like I think they're undervalued, but lots of things are undervalued. How do you like August 20C for BBBY at this point? They're fine. I have them. I have 15 and 20. I've thought about getting some 10s too. Just because why not? They're cheap. Yeah, I think right now I have 7,600 shares of BBBY. And like if I really want to average down, I need to buy quite a bit to like really shift my cost basis. And I really don't know if that's where I want to put my money, like that much money. Like I'm fine with the position I have, and the options position I have represents like another 5,000 shares or so. So it's like there's a lot of other opportunities too. Like EPAM, Home Depot, Cat. Like I don't want to fucking tie up all my money in BBBY. I already do that with GameStop, but I mean GameStop's fine. It generates revenue, right? Like it continually makes me money. But you know, and BBBY could do the same, but to a much lesser degree. Like, do I want to play an $8 move on BBBY, or do I want to play like a fucking $40 move on Home Depot or Cat? It's, BBBY is a very good opportunity for people that don't have a lot of capital. Is it purely a technical play or no? They lost a shitload of value because of the war in Ukraine, but their earnings are coming in hot. Institutional interest is building in them pretty steadily. Sometimes companies are actually worth more. What's your cost basis on BBY if all your options go in the money? Zero. I'd be extremely profitable on the position at that point. Average Joe. That would mean BBY would have to hit $40. If BBY hits $40, I'll make a lot of money off of it. Why do you think in terms of dollars instead of percentages? BBY $8 move is almost like 2x. I know, because of options. Delta value, Stefan. My options don't cover the next earnings for EPAM. I don't think. I have July's. I don't expect EPAM to take that long, honestly. EPAM? EPAM. Yeah, the current Fed narrative's not very like hawkish or not hawkish beyond expectations. So they're I think they got a little scared by fucking dropping the SPY. So they're being a little less hawkish. Even Bullard was less hawkish this morning. It was standard estimates of a 0.5 increase in June, which is priced in, so the market can move forward. Bobbin 90 back on the table. No, I mean I got stopped out this morning. I'd wait. It'll bounce again. You could try to play the downside here, but it's risky. There's like pretty like when it drops too low, there's a lot of buy pressure on it. So like sub 90, sub 85, like the buy pressure picks up a lot. So, it's up to you, but if China keeps coming out with bullish news, I think it'll turn around pretty quickly. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Look at that stability. You could just use all your skills to buy the absolute next GME bottom, then go all in on 6-month calls to guarantee you capture the next GME cycle, then right off into the sunset. I just did that in March. I'm still here. EPM lost like 50% of its value just because they have some senior staff based in Ukraine. Yeah. I have August and Leaps. Red Ranger. I don't think so, Stephen JW. I've tried to do like we tried for a little while to do a second one, but I think like Jamie and Rocky have kind of split off from the things I'm interested in. I really don't like collaborating with most YouTubers. Especially when it becomes too YouTubey. Any change in the BBBY options chain? Not really. Nothing of note. No, everything's relatively the same. Said Jesus Christ, look at the stability. I mean, look at where they've range bound GameStop for the day. Like that's pretty impressive. They're just tanking it every time the active funds rally it back up. Look at your volume peaks. So they're just buying, like they're shorting it down and then buying the dip to cover. So they're just buying a lot at all these dips. But if you look, all of their big buys, like the volume for their buys, are all below 93. You gotta learn to smooth with your eyes, Stefan. If you ever feel like you're wasting your time digging into indicators, you're not. I did the same thing when I first started. But eventually you'll learn to just recognize the things the indicators tell you without the indicator. Like it only takes me a cursory glance to see that, they're buying back shares on the lows that they're creating here and that they're capping price action. Just based on volume and what's on my screen. I don't think unbounded indicators are a waste of time. You'll run into problems with all of them. Things change. Volatility doesn't remain the same. Um, then you have to readjust. I mean, ultimately, all oscillators, no matter how finely tuned, are still only going to represent a certain level of successful buy signals. Some are more accurate than others. I mean, MACD's like 70%. It's insane. People just don't use it. But is 70% good enough? Can it be improved? That's what you should look at. What else can you add to your thesis beyond the oscillator? I know MACD's unbounded. God damn it. But you're always going to have a margin of error. You can use MACD on multiple time frames. There's a piece on Bloomberg about Wang getting squeezed out on Futu shorts on purpose. What do you think happened to Melvin in January? You don't think that was on purpose? It wasn't all retail buying, let me tell you. Does that mean institutions also don't know which ways things are going to go with JPOW? Yeah. The other problem with technical analysis is that it cannot factor in near-term sentiment, and it cannot factor in the ability, especially if you're in a stock with lots of large funds, for them to manipulate the price in the short term. Momentum reversal indicators are all just fucking moving average analysis. It's like you can have the best buy signal in the world, and some dude could just be like, I'm going to sell 1 million shares right here. Fuck it. I call it the pie cry indicator. I don't like trading sideways. It's boring. Fortunately, my spy calls are printing again. Well, my new spy calls are printing. Did I close these at 407.50? I should, right? Got 45 minutes for the Powell speech. I guess no one's expecting Powell to say anything beyond expectations. I'm gonna rip tomorrow morning? That'd be fucking weird. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I saw Tinder X and removed your message. I think June 24th, BBY 950 calls. The stock price target around 14 by June 24th. Why? Well, you could, but why June 24th? Like, you're going to buy June 24th now, and they're going to lose all their premium by the week of OPEX. With the right risk techniques, you just have to be more than your risk definitions, though. So TA is just an assist to probability. Yeah. I mean, it has its place, but some people get way too into it. Like, I like technical analysis, right? Like, I use it every day. But is it the end-all, be-all of deciding on the movements of a stock? No. And risk is the most important thing. Without a doubt. And if you put yourself in a position where you let technical analysis define your risk, or your accepted risk, you will lose, and you will lose hard. XRT and IWM look better today. XRT looked like shit earlier. It's bouncing back. Can they cap it here? AMD go burr. It's doing things. Looks good. My 105's print. I'm going to be a happy, happy boy. I have too many of them. Gotta make back my lost docu money. GME might break out right now, too. I think it might be short-lived, but it might break out. Massive volume spike. Anything interesting about it? I think they tried to drop the price. Right? It occurred right here at the resistance. I think they failed. So it's one of the reasons I think we're going to break out. What do FTDs look like this week? Diminishing. None of my furniture wobbles anymore. You're welcome, Lawrence of Arabia. How much do you bench press? I haven't bench pressed anything in a while. I used to be able to bench press like 200, 220. But that was 6 years ago, if maybe more. You still thinking about selling CCs today? We also consider buying puts. Maybe. I might sell CCs and then buy puts later. Please explain why you think GME will dip further than the price RC bought in more at, thus being a great price right now. But we just dipped to 80. Just because RC bought in at a price doesn't mean we can't go below it. Look at BBBY. It makes it less likely we'll go below it because retail will have more interest to buy at those prices. Even with them trying to crush the price of BBBY, it held up pretty well at Ryan Cohen's buy-in price. Then when it fell below Cohen's buy-in price, we saw institutional interest pick up, right? What's your reasoning? Because they need it to go as low as possible before they cover Juno picks. They want to start covering from the lowest possible price point. Especially if they're going to move forward and flip the hedge positive. A lot of this is just to get the entropy swaps in place while IV's high. Don't forget, they want to go long at the bottom. Right? Essentially. So if you're super short something, say I'm short 200,000 shares of something, or 2 million, let's say 200 million shares of something, right? Fuck it, let's go big. Right? And you know, maybe I was short 1.9 million and I added another 100,000 to drop the price. I can then go long on calls here and begin covering, right? And then by covering, I'm now these long calls, and this is kind of a simplistic breakdown of the entropy swaps, but these long calls are discounting my buyback, right? Because as I buy back these 200 million shares, I'm going to drive the price up, right? But the long call is hedging that, offsetting my losses. Does that make sense? And again, the market maker doesn't give a shit. Too many zeros. Sounds like risk-free infinite money print. I mean, it's not risk-free, but it can print infinite money. Long-time fan, first-time listener. Why did all the meme stocks decouple today? They're no longer moving in tandem. They are, but they're being suppressed. The prices are being controlled in order for them to cover FTDs. It's not desirable for them to break out of their current ranges. Right? They want to cover FTDs at these prices. So that's what they're trying to do. If active fund pressure builds up enough, they're already losing control if you look on GameStop right now. That's not good for them, right? Because it blows up their in the money put position that they're using to suppress the price. Would you agree that Renko candles can give a decent prediction of future price improvement ahead of planned events because the money is already in place? Yeah, because of the way they measure volume, they can be. How accurate that is, it's somewhat accurate. Who loses in the trade with the swaps? Are the prime brokers able to hedge these swaps without any losses? If not, why would they sell them? Well, to be a counterparty, it benefits. Remember, for every position, there's an opposing position, right? So if someone's short vol, someone's long vol. If someone's short the stock, someone's long the stock. Everything is in equilibrium. It just moves back and forth. Don't get me wrong, there's an overall market risk to volatility being used or traded as an asset. But that really doesn't affect us unless like we see a squeeze in the VIX or something, or volatility blows up. To wish Norway a happy birthday. Like the country? Happy birthday to Norway. Is it their like Independence Day or something today? It could be, yeah. Yeah, I think more likely they just simply didn't return enough shares on the last run to drop the borrow rate. Remember when I told you guys that retail participating in these cycles would drive further volatility in them and start to create extremely low liquidity environments, especially when combined with DRS? We're seeing it happen a little. I mean, not to the degree I would have liked to have seen, but a little. You know, a lot of people made a lot of money on the last run, and a lot of people waited till now to buy with that money. And that's important, right? If people 10x their position and then buy the fucking bottom, they own more. A lot more. 10 times more. You could DCA right now. I mean, I'm not buying any GameStop right now, but I'll probably buy some as I sell cash secured puts into the next dip. If you want to squeeze, you got to squeeze them, right? Playing the volatility cycles increases the chance of snapping the system. Yes, it does. A lot of people dismissed the DD in November because of how November played out, which was unfortunate. The rug pull was rough, but we still went up $50. And the overall thesis of retail slow squeezing the shorts out of their volatility positions is still very much accurate. Exactly, Ryan. You squeeze the CNS. Is it too risky to play CCs if you're just over 100 shares? What are you what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of MOASS happening like tomorrow? MOASS isn't going to happen tomorrow. The worst case, you know, the stock runs a little bit tomorrow, right? You say you get assigned on Friday, the stock stays up, right? Say you sell a CC at $100 right now, and the price of the stock rises to like 105 by the end of the week, right? And you get assigned, and you get $10,000 plus whatever your premium was. It's not like the stock's just going to keep going up, right? Like, we understand the manipulation on GameStop to enough of a degree that even if it ran, right, it runs for May OPEX, which I don't think is going to happen, but let's say it does. And, you know, it runs all the way up to like 160 or 180, you know. We run hard and then it tanks back down. You'll still be able to buy back on this side of it, right? It's not like it's going to stay at these levels. And the worst case scenario is it does. It stays at like 140. Well, then, you know, you got to buy back in at 140. But more than likely, like, say it even did run to 105, maybe it'd run to like 110 by Tuesday, and that's just going to fall back down below your premium plus assignment, and you just buy back in. The shitty part about that is you lose your long-term capital gains. So it's better to roll forward or buy to close the contract. Those are ideal. I understand that you may not be able to do that, but those would be ideal. Mike me, you don't need to worry about resubbing, man. Whatever makes sense for you. XRT forever locked on Reg Show? I mean, it could be, yeah. At least until this is over, or they've decided to change their mind on their position. They have no reason to cover it. You just explained the fear. No, I know, I understand the fear, but like, what's the big deal? Did you explain fading the top in the CC video? No, that's a bit more of an advanced strategy. Sort of. I explained selling in the money covered calls. I explained it from a more generic point of view. Because not everything's about GameStop. And now I hedge my positions for earnings. What have you done to me? Taught you something? I guess. Could we run tomorrow on GME? We have FTDs until Thursday. So, yes, the potential's there. Although, I will note once again, they are diminishing. So, relative to them diminishing, we need more active fund participation. So if we want to see the same kind of movement as FTDs go down, we need increases in active fund participation, which means we need to see the market run hard. If FTDs are relatively low for compared to the rest of the cycle, but we get a massive surge in active fund buying, we'll still outperform, even if the FTDs are more diminished. This is when FTDs are really high, we really only need the FTDs. So there's like a crazy hot index there between. I mean, so yeah, I've explained it before, Dan for hire, but remember they are called traps for a reason because they can trap you. What you're looking for in a bull trap is you're looking for increased volume and diminished returns. So volume's going up, like sharp spike in volume. And you're seeing so you're seeing the price move heavily, and then after this sharp spike in volume, you're seeing a diminished return, right? This is a sign of weakness in the buy side, and then the price can come back. And the same is true in reverse for bear traps. Not always the case though. Institutions that are good at doing it will spread that sell volume out, and so the returns don't diminish, and the price just tanks. But volume stays high and even throughout this period, and so sometimes you can't predict the trap. That's why it's a trap. But if you're following a price trend to the upside, especially a strong one, if and you have a stop in place, sometimes you can get out and still capture your profits even if it is a trap. So be wary of sharp moves to the downside and sharp moves to the upside, especially on very few candles. So crash causing MOASS is FUD. I mean, yeah, for the most part. Just because most of the institutional ownership in GameStop is in ETFs and thus wouldn't be sold. If it was just long positions and not a lot of ETF exposure, and the market crashed, those lenders going to sell their shares would cause a recall. But that doesn't necessarily have to happen. And it definitely doesn't hurt the short hedge funds. They're short. So, their marginable cash goes up in the event of a downturn in price because their positions are worth more money, so they can get more margin on that money. So really, what would trigger a squeeze in a crash is if longs are like, I want to sell my shares, and the recalling of those shares as they want to sell them can trigger a short squeeze. But that's not likely to happen with GameStop. I'm already in on HD. I'm up $1 on my calls right now. Next resistance for HD, 302. Seems to be a pretty strong one. It's kind of hard for it to break like this level. 301.23 through 303.81. If it does, if it punches up above that, it can really fucking move. I'm not sure what 302.50 is. Interesting. I'd be wary of that though. This test of 407 looks like a rejection. Why are Yankmen so obsessed with IQ scores? I have no idea. They don't really mean anything. Thank you, Mia. I appreciate it, Mike. Pull on spike action once Powell speaks. What's your opinion about Cosmic Warrior? I mean, he's like a video game streamer that owns some GameStop. He's not like a market expert by any means. He's trying to learn. I mean, I did a thing with him not that long ago. He seemed like a cool guy. I mean, I don't think he's disingenuous about his lack of market knowledge. So I respect that. I have a lot more respect for the people that don't try to bullshit people and say they're experts when they're really obviously fucking not. We only go up now. It'll be tied to market fluctuations for a little bit. Market goes up, wheat'll probably come down. But ultimately, I think wheat is going to go up because there are serious supply issues. Don't ever be afraid to ask questions, Red Ranger. Even if you think they're dumb, just ask them. It's better for everybody. You bull or bear into this JPOW talk? Indifferent. I'll probably close my HD calls before it even happens. On what part of the scale is Matt Core's full shill? Thoughts on what tomorrow through Friday might look like for GME? How does SLD end up affecting price action? I don't know. It's going to be tricky going into this SLD period because technically, with all the sell offs in the market over the last month, liquidity shouldn't be an issue, right? Like all the funds should be super liquid, so they shouldn't be needing to sell off assets in order to cover their deposits. And if they're not selling off assets, then the market's not going to go down, right? But maybe not enough. I don't know. We could still see a drop. It's risky. I wouldn't want to technically play either side of it. Wheat was at historic lows, so it has a lot of room to go up. It does. You had 15 shares at 180 and could buy 10 a week. Would you focus on building that to 100 or wait to buy one near the money call for our next run, assuming a high risk tolerance? I mean, as far as capital deployment, the call can potentially be more profitable. I mean, if it's a safe call, far dated, you're going to increase your capital more, but over time, the buying into the 100 shares can be more beneficial. Maybe one day we can do the math on how much 100 shares of GameStop can generate at 100 IV over the course of a year, sold at 0.2 delta weekly. I don't want to do it. It's like too much work, but it'd be interesting to know the numbers on that. It'd be really interesting to know the numbers on that. I would not be surprised if it's in excess of the amount that it costs to enter the position. I've already driven my GME cost basis down $7 since the end of the March run by selling CCs. If I'd been fucking doing that all year, my cost basis would be almost zero. Too bullish. Do you think HD 310 was the sell the earnings news and not indicative of possible return today? I mean, I think it was a good time to sell. A lot of people sold at that point, right? I mean, I closed my calls. It was a nice bump, then slow growth over the rest of the quarter. But I think Home Depot's super underpriced. They should be trading at least 320, 330. It's FINRA SLD period. It's the third Wednesday of each month out, and then the settlement of that deposit carries out into the first Monday of the following month, I believe. Is it the first Monday? It might be. Yeah, I think it's the first Monday of the following month. You would have to include all the times the shares at 0.2 delta got called away on huge runs. Or, well, you could just count how much it would cost to buy them back and subtract that, right? There's only 7 runs. Because buy to close is better than assignment on a huge run, right? Because you can sell, and then you can sell another covered call at the peak to make up for the loss. So I don't even know if that would offset the profitability.
You know, if we're trading at like 140 and we run up to 180 and you buy back, you know, and then we pushed up to like 250, like say like, you know, January or something like that, and you sold a cover call here, that would more than make up for your loss by buying back on the small move at the bottom. What's a good profit taking percent for noobs when starting on options? 20. For noobs starting on options, like 10% risk. Noobs shouldn't trade options, which 10% risk, 20% profit. Profit taking? Question mark. There have been 7 runs since this started because the quarterly cycle began before the run in January. Everyone thinks it started in January, but it didn't. It started with Cohen's buy-in August, just to a smaller degree. So I 20% risk, 35% profit, but I never follow through. It can also be that the wheat contracts limit up. Remember that with ETNs that are tracking futures. If they limit up halt, they're closed for the day. There's no more trading on the contract. So you have an ETN that tracks a futures contract, right? And the futures market doesn't work the same way. So if you have an ETN tracking futures and then the futures contract limit ups and halts, there's no more trading on that contract. It's done for the day. So, you know, the price movement for that day is capped. Why settle for 20% profit when it could be infinite? Because by not settling for the profit, you might just lose everything. If I'm like, if you run into a random stranger in public and they're like, here's $20, are you gonna be like, no, I'm gonna wait for a guy to come along with 1,000? Right? Think about it that way. Spy straddle. I already have, well, I have 2 407 calls left. Yeah, I might get a 406 straddle. Actually, I should probably do it right now. Because he's about to talk. 406. So I have 2 calls left. I need to turn the stop loss off on this. 1 second. 406p. Yeah, tomorrow. Do you think the timing of the GME or NFT marketplace release might be bad? Like 6 months too late? Yeah, I think the timing might be pretty fucking bad. Fantastic. Another poll to report. Yeah, I'm gonna increase my leverage on this straddle a little bit actually. In your opinion, you think 2 months of cushion beyond June OPEX is a bit excessive for newbie options traders? It's a bit excessive, yeah. 2 months of cushion's a lot. And what's more important is when you buy them, and what's less important is how long you have. Timing is everything, right? I mean, you don't want to have a contract that's rapidly decaying in theta, but you don't need to buy so much theta that you reduce your leverage significantly. Good, then both sides of my straddle print again. S&P to 6,000, drops the mic, takes a bow. Mario Watch pushing bank stocks. Crash imminent. Hey, Jimmy did do a thing. I don't know how much it's going to trade in this range. We'll see. If the market breaks out here, we can move up, and that might be that gamma neutral test that we were looking for. It's far though. We'd really have to get some volume. It popped on no volume. It's called gapping up. Did it gap up? Nah, not really. A little bit. There was volume. It was like 14,000 volume. Just remember that the next time you talk to me about fucking Bridgewater's buy-in. Remember that this candle from an open of 94.81 to a close of 95.17 was 14,000 shares. When selling CCs to reduce cost basis, does math happen automatically anytime you capture premium? Or do you mean that anytime you capture premium for GME CCs, you dump it back into GME? I mean, the math automatically happens on some brokerages. It'll automatically reduce your cost basis. Then if you buy shares cheaper than your cost basis, you're further reducing your cost basis, right? You're increasing your positional value. So if your cost basis is 102 and you sell a contract for $2 and it expires worthless, your cost basis is now 100. And then if you double your position at 98, your cost basis is now 99. Sell CSPs on BBBY? Yeah, you can. Pretty cheap. Are they worth anything? Can't explain magnets. Yeah, you can just roll it forward and down. Board gamer. So, if you sold like 100C, right, and then the price drops to 90, you can just roll this down to like a 95C, right? And then if it drops to 80, you can roll it forward again, and so on. I mean, you're still buying it back and selling a new contract. It doesn't matter. There's no difference between buying to close and rolling. Rolling just involves the sale of the new contract. What time meeting? 2 p.m. So now everything stagnates. My puts are starting to print. Not true. They came out with a roll button in Robinhood. Yeah, that's a good way to just give Robinhood a bunch of money on the spread. How confident are you that OPEC cycle can be dodged again? Follow up. It looks like they're rolling forward puts in XRT. So I'm pretty confident they're going to try to dodge. That's what they did in Feb. How does this affect your playing the GME cycles moving forward? I mean, it doesn't, right? They still can't dodge rebalance. It's anytime they kick the can forward, all it does is increase the amount of obligations at the end of the road. There's always an end. They're always kicking the can forward into a wall. Yeah, rebalances in June. JPOW stream. I don't think I have a link. Oh, you highlighted it and made it absolutely unreadable. This paper is fucking me up right now. I'll check it out. Oh, okay. Oh. Hold on. Um, That's his O face. He's trying to get his calls in before showing up.
Thank you, Nick. It's a pleasure to be here.
And I want to welcome our audience watching along on WSJ.com, Twitter, and YouTube. So, Chair Powell, let's get started. 2 years ago, you acted very quickly and decisively You did things that Fed chairs straight up have not done, given the emergency of the pandemic. Now, I hear a lot today, especially from our readers. They look at the economy, they look at how high inflation is, and they look at the state of monetary policy, and they say the Fed is not reacting with the same urgency. What do you say to people who say that you are not treating high inflation today like an emergency?
Well, I guess I would start by saying this, Nick, that we know that this is a time for us to be tightly focused on the path ahead and on getting inflation back down to 2%. We know how people are suffering from high inflation, and we have both the tools and the resolve to get inflation back down. And no one should doubt our resolve in doing that. And I think if you look at how quickly we've moved in the last few months, really, then you'll see that financial conditions have tightened quite a bit. What we need to see is inflation coming down in a clear and convincing way, and we're going to keep pushing until we see that.
So to get into some of those tactics, the Fed raised interest rates at its last meeting by a 0.5 percentage point. That is something the Fed hadn't done since 2000. And you've said that you think the Fed may need to do that again at your next 2 meetings. Why are you being so specific? Doesn't that limit your options?
Well, I didn't say, so we make the decisions at the meetings. What I said was a couple things. First, I said that we decided to raise the federal funds rate, range for the federal funds rate by 50 basis points at the last meeting. We also said that we thought ongoing rate increases would be appropriate. And during the course of the meeting, it became clear that there was very broad support on the committee for having on the table the idea of doing additional rate increases of that magnitude at each of the next 2 meetings. And that's what I said. And that's short of a prediction or a statement or forward guidance that we're actually going to do this. But I would say if the economy performs about as we expect, then that's something that'll be on the table. And honestly, it's so things are so uncertain in the economy right now. It's very difficult to think about trying to give guidance out into the future. We don't know the path of the economy. There are many global events going on that can affect that are really not under our control as well.
So if the base case is to do a 0.5 point at the next 2 meetings, why not just do a percentage point at your next meeting? Rip the Band-Aid off.
Well, as you know, inflation works through, monetary policy works through expectations. So markets are pricing in a series of rate hikes, a significant series of future rate hikes, amounting to already having done that. So we like to work through expectations, and I'm not blessing any particular day's readings, but it's been good to see financial markets reacting in advance. Based on the
I love that J Powell is like, markets are already pricing it in.
As I mentioned,
the fucking market
financial
rips.
conditions overall have tightened significantly. I think that, if you broadly across financial conditions, you're seeing that, and that's what we need. What we need is to see really
like the market didn't know. It was like, oh shit, I didn't realize I was pricing in all this bearishness.
Moving down to a level that's still positive, but that will give the supply side a chance to catch up. And a chance for inflation to come down as we get supply and demand back back together.
A couple years ago, you talked about moving slowly when you're in a dark room, when the lights go out. Obviously, things are different now. It's harder to do that. You're moving in much faster increments as you raise the price of overnight money. But I wonder, as you look ahead, what are you going to be looking for to determine whether to increase that pace of 0.5 percentage point increases, say to 0.75 point, or to slow things down to the 0.25 point increment by which the Fed has raised interest rates more often over the last couple of decades?
So I do think, by the standards of central bank practice in recent decades, we're moving about as fast as we've moved in several decades. But I guess the way I would say it is this. What we need to see is clear and convincing evidence that inflation pressures are abating and inflation is coming down. And if we don't see that, then we'll have to consider moving more aggressively. If we do see that, then we can consider moving to a slower pace. And it's going to be a judgment call that we make going forward as we carefully monitor incoming data, the evolving outlook. How are financial conditions changing? How are they affecting the economy? And that's how I think about it.
So back in 2016, you were a governor of the Fed, and in late 2018, you were chair of the Fed. There was a significant tightening in financial conditions. There were some global growth.
Are we going to see a lower low in this cycle?
Global growth was slowing,
yes.
And the Fed pulled back from its plans to raise rates maybe as aggressively as would have been the case before all of that happened. With the global shocks that we're facing now, the recent tightening in financial conditions that we're seeing now, what would you need to see on that side of the markets to reassess the pace of rate increases right now?
You know, the underlying strength of the U.S. economy is really good right now. The U.S. economy is strong. The labor market is extremely strong. Growth this year has been marked down, but is still at very healthy levels. So you saw today's retail sales number. The economy is strong. Consumer balance sheets are healthy. Businesses are healthy. The banks are well capitalized. So this is a strong economy. And we think it's well positioned to withstand less accommodative monetary policy, tighter monetary policy. Of course, we do monitor global events, and global events have been very important drivers of economic conditions lately. The war in Ukraine is something that has upset the global commodity
fucking
picture.
Stream looks like
while
a
also threatening
VHS
the
video.
global order more broadly.
Like one of those
and
like work
the rolling
safety
shutdowns
videos.
in China are still going on, and those are having an effect on global supply chains, of course. So we watch those things. We watch how they affect the U.S. economy. The effects are very uncertain. They probably weigh on growth, downward on growth, and probably push inflation up at the margin. But even through all that, we see the U.S. economy continuing to show real strength and be well positioned to handle the policy changes that we're making.
Chair Powell, a number of your former colleagues, Richard Clarida, who was vice chair until this past January, Bill Dudley, the former New York Fed president, have said recently
that
they
even his
think
real shadow?
the Fed is going to have to raise its short-term policy rate to 3.5%, maybe 4%, maybe higher. How are you thinking about the destination right now for how high you might have to raise interest rates?
I'm awake.
As a policymaker, the way I'm thinking about it is that right now we're raising rates expeditiously to what we've been saying, to a more normal level, which is something that we'll reach maybe in the fourth quarter. But it's not a stopping point. It's not a looking around point. We don't know with any confidence where neutral is. We don't know where tight is. We just don't, and particularly in this environment of higher inflation and very strong growth and a really tight labor market. So what we're going to be looking at, meeting by meeting, data reading by data reading, is what's happening with financial conditions and what's happening with the economy. Really, what effects are changes in policy having on the economy? Are we starting to see what we need to see, which is a really clear and convincing evidence that inflation is coming down? That's what we really need to see. So we'll be watching for that. If that involves moving past, broadly understood levels of neutral, we won't hesitate at all to do that. We won't. And honestly, we will go until we feel like we're at a place where we can say, yes, financial conditions are in an appropriate place. We see inflation coming down. We'll go to that point, and there won't be any hesitation.
He doesn't know where neutral is. Why would he? He's the chairman of the Fed.
For you to know when to stop.
He doesn't have access to our kind of data.
It can be hard to know when to start. And, obviously,
he just reads Fred
these
reports.
Things look blindingly obvious in hindsight. But I want to go back to last year and ask you, what went wrong last year from a policy perspective? Again, with the benefit of hindsight, knowing things now that you didn't know then, what do you wish you had done differently last year?
So we have to make these decisions, and we do make them in real time based on what we know at the time. And so I would say, if you replay last summer, we had a real spike in inflation that began in March, April, May, June of last year. And then inflation came down month after month after month for about 4 months. Anyway, through the end of the summer, So we were concerned because we saw inflation spreading more broadly, and because we didn't see supply chain issues improving. We didn't see labor force participation improving. So we had real concerns. But still, the incoming inflation data were kind of consistent with our story. And then the data really changed, pretty thoroughly beginning in October, and we responded very much to that. So since then, we pivoted in our policy, and since then, you've seen really quite significant tightening in financial conditions. I don't know that financial conditions have tightened more quickly than this in a very long time. And but that's what happened. And I've said for the last 2.5 months, I've been saying that if you look back in hindsight, give yourself 20/20 hindsight, then yes, it probably would have been better to have raised rates earlier. We were looking at some weak employment reports. We were looking at inflation reports that were coming down. When that stopped, and when the data started pointing toward a stronger economy with higher inflationary pressures, higher wage pressures, we didn't hesitate. From that point, we've really moved. I would say almost expeditiously. Since then we have moved, and you see where we are 6 months later since that happened. You now have the 10 years up, 140 basis points. The 2 years up almost 200 basis points, and the 2-year Treasury is a pretty good measure of policy expectations. So quite a lot of tightening, and appropriately so. Inflation is way too high, and we need to bring it down, and we're going to use our tools to do that.
Obviously, the pandemic has made economic forecasting more difficult than it's been in a long time, and I wouldn't presume to think that it's easy. But looking at demand last year, the fiscal stimulus that was approved by the administration and Congress last March, it was far larger than what your own economists at the Fed were anticipating. Did that end up putting the Fed behind the curve in terms of you just didn't judge demand properly because of the much larger stimulus that was approved?
So it's really not our role in economic policy within the government to reach judgments on economic actions taken by Congress or by the administration. There are other parts of the government that do that exact thing, but it's really us. So I guess I would say that there was a lot of stimulus put behind the U.S. economy. That was both monetary policy and that was fiscal policy. But still, you can't get the kind of inflation that we've gotten out of that much demand. That was a lot of support for demand. You can't get the kind of inflation we have without these supply bottlenecks that we've had, and that includes the supply chain problems that we've had and the shortages. If you look at automobiles, that's a great case. Ordinarily, car makers would have just made more cars. There was tremendous demand for cars, but for really idiosyncratic set of reasons, there weren't enough semiconductors, so there aren't cars, and so you have tremendous vehicle inflation. That's just one example. Same thing, we didn't see. We had a real hit to labor force participation. We didn't see that coming, and so really these supply side factors, you have to add them in to any kind of economic model to get the kind of inflation that we have. We clearly had very strong demand, and we knew that. What we didn't know and anticipate was how large the supply side effects would be and how persistent they were. And we now know that in hindsight, and we see how sticky they are. And so, as I've mentioned, we're not setting policy on the expectation that we get relief on the supply side until we actually do.
All right, so that was 2021. Then comes along 3 months ago, the war in Ukraine, which has obviously been enormously disruptive to millions of people in Eastern Europe, but also has had a profound effect on energy markets, commodity markets, and we also have new lockdowns in China. How have those events changed the difficulty of what it is that you are trying to do?
Well, I mean, clearly they've raised the degree of difficulty more importantly, for the people around the world who are looking to have a continued expansion in the economy, but also for us from the standpoint of policy. So, the war in Ukraine is pushing up commodity prices for both food and energy, and we don't really know how long that's going to last now. might have thought at the beginning, and we don't make those kind of judgments, that it wouldn't be long lasting. Now it looks like it may be, so that may be a persistent effect. Same thing with the rolling shutdowns in China. They won't last forever, but they'll last for some time, and they're having an effect too. And what they're doing is they're preventing any healing of supply chain problems. So that's going to make it harder for inflation to come down. And so really they've added to the degree of difficulty to what was already a challenging project.
So we heard here before lunch from Barry Biffle, the CEO of Frontier Airlines. He says he's raising prices because of fuel costs, and there's a pilot shortage. And now those are things outside of your control. But you said just now that the Fed can no longer set policy on the hope or expectation that supply chains will give you a lot of help here. So what does that mean for Fed policy? If these things are out of your control in the supply chain, or if energy markets don't improve anytime soon, what is the implication of that for policy?
Well, it doesn't have much of an implication in the near term because we clearly have a job to do on demand. So there is an imbalance in the economy broadly between demand and supply. And so we can't really affect supply. The things that are really supply side issues, our policies don't work on those. But we have a job to do on demand. And I would, for example, point to the labor market where there's more demand for workers than there are people available to work by a substantial margin. And so that means that wages are moving up, which is a great thing, but they're moving up at a pace that is not consistent with 2% inflation. So there's a pathway for us to use our tools to try to moderate demand, still to a positive level, but not at the high level that it was at, for example, last year, and try to get demand and supply back into alignment in the labor market or close to it, so that there'll still be positive wage increases and healthy wage increases, but they'll be at a level that is more consistent with 2% inflation. Wages are a very important determiner of inflation over the longer term. So that's just an example of what our job is, and we think we can do that job. In the meantime, of course, everyone is looking for the supply side to heal more. We don't see much evidence of that yet.
He's just talking in circles. It's beautiful.
That has to be coming. There will be semiconductors.
He's like, no, it's super bullish, super bullish. No, not that. But everything else is super bullish.
Things that are in short supply right now.
A lot of people, though, are skeptical that you can get inflation down to your 2% goal without a recession. What do you know that they don't?
I don't know anything that they don't. I mean, I would say there's no disagreement here, really. It is going to be a challenging task, and it's been made more challenging in the last couple of months because of global events. So it's challenging because unemployment is very low already, and because inflation is very high.
I love this fucking guy.
So, but I will just say there are pathways.
I mean, at what point do people just stop listening to the Fed
to be able to moderate demand, get demand and supply back,
and either start buying or
get
selling,
inflation back down,
right?
While also having a strong labor market. Doesn't mean that the unemployment rate needs to remain 3.6%, which is a very, very low rate, historically low. It's 1/10 above the 50-year low.
So now he's saying bullish things again.
Quite a strong labor market if unemployment were to move up a few ticks. So I would say there are a number of plausible paths to having a soft, or as I've said, soft-ish landing. And our job isn't to handicap the odds; it is to try to achieve.
He said soft landing.
The last thing I'll say, though, is that
I'm gonna sell half my pets.
Achieving price stability, restoring price stability, is an unconditional need. It's something we have to do because really the economy doesn't work for workers or for businesses or for anybody without price stability.
Move, free straddle. Let's go.
It's the bedrock of the economy, really, and so that's something
we
need to do.
He's just teasing the market
have the kind of
with a feather. It's ridiculous.
We all want to have, which is one where there are tight labor market conditions and wages are moving up and people are changing jobs and opportunity is growing and all of that, but inflation is not high and eating up people's paychecks.
So Chair Powell, I heard you refer to a softish landing, and I want to ask, what's the difference between a soft landing and a softish landing? Because if the pilot tells me, don't worry, we're going to have a softish landing, I don't know, I start to wonder what he's talking about.
Well, so you fly around, sometimes the landing is just perfect, right? and sometimes it's just a little bumpy, and so it's still a good landing. You don't even notice it, right? So, but
Don't notice it. The fucking market's down
I guess I would say this.
30%.
We have to get inflation down to 2%. We've got to restore
The entire year of growth just fucking evaporated.
It will be challenging to do that.
Soft-ish. This is like the fucking front wheel broke off the airplane.
To do that. That's the idea, is that growth has to move down. That's what has to happen for inflation.
Didn't feel a thing.
We don't have precision tools. We can't say let's dial it into this exact level. We raise interest rates, that affects financial conditions, and financial conditions affect the economy. So there are a couple of steps there, and it is not in any way a surgically precision set of tools. So I would say there could, as I mentioned, there could be
soft landings, like same like crash landing, but no jet fuel left on board.
Price stability. But we think we can maintain a strong labor market, defined as a labor market where unemployment is low and wages are moving up and that kind of thing. It may not be the perfect labor market, but it will be a strong labor market.
So I'll move on from this subject, but I want to ask if there's a historical example that you could point to for what you're trying to achieve. Some people talk about the late 1990s, but even then, the unemployment rate continued to drift lower after the Fed raised interest rates. So is this something that we have any recent historical experience with, what you're trying to do here?
Well, so you can look back to 1960. There have been 11 tightening cycles. And in none of those cycles do they look anything like the current cycle. We've never, I won't say never, but I'm not aware of a time when we've had 2 job openings for every unemployed person. And it's just an extraordinary, it's a once in a century pandemic, followed by historically large fiscal and monetary policy support, followed by a war in the middle of Europe between 2 commodity makers, followed by partial shutdown.
Talk more about the commodities
of China.
Tell me how valuable they are, Daddy Powell.
That's the manufacturing center.
Spank that commodity
one of the manufacturing
index.
centers of the world. So, can you look in the history book and find that? No, you can't. And so I just think we're in a world of firsts. So I wouldn't say just because it's never happened before, it's impossible. I wouldn't say that.
That's what Jay Powell says
plausible paths
to his Tinder dates.
and that this will be challenging.
It's going to be a soft
we'll
landing.
Do our best to achieve it. And in any case, we will achieve it.
Then he goes full bull.
So what are you looking to see, either in inflation or in financial conditions, that tells you that things are moving in your direction? Because it feels like there's a chance here that inflation does
Biden was
come
talking
down
about grain.
in the second half of the year, even though it'll still be above your target. But there's also a chance that the labor market tightens even more. And I wonder how you would, I know it's hard to respond to a hypothetical, but that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothetical to be considering right now. A situation where you do get improvement on inflation, but you do continue to overshoot an estimate of what might be considered a more stable employment situation.
Well, the main thing is to get inflation down. We all read, of course, everyone reads the inflation reports very carefully and looks for, details that look positive and that kind of thing. But truthfully, this is not a time for tremendously nuanced readings of inflation. We need to see inflation coming down in a convincing way. That's what we need to see. And until we see that, we're gonna keep going. We're not gonna assume that we've made it until we see that. And we're not seeing that right now. There are some promising signs. You can point to them. There are some signs that are not promising. But really, that's what we're looking to see. So, with the policy rate where it is, you don't need to. What we need to do is push ahead with rate increases, and make the evaluation that I mentioned earlier. Is this the right level? Should we slow down? Should we speed up? I think that's what we'll be doing as we see incoming data. And make a judgment about where are we? Have we gotten as far as we need to get? And until we do, we'll keep going.
Now, a number of people have suggested to me that the one thing that might slow you down, or at least make this much more difficult, would be some kind of market cataclysm. And I wonder, in part, if that's why you're trying to be more transparent, not erratic, making sudden moves on your policy moves. But my question there is, where's your level of concern that financial stability and controlling inflation by raising interest rates, maybe a lot, might be fundamentally incompatible in that raising rates causes financial disruption but doesn't actually bring inflation under control? Where is your level of concern around that situation?
I don't see that happening. I mean, we monitor a very broad range of financial conditions, and we're doing that now. We'll keep doing that, and they're different cycles look different. Sometimes the tightening takes place in one market, sometimes in another, sometimes in credit spreads, sometimes in all of them. So we're watching them all, as a group, and of course. Their volatility has been up a little bit, and that has some effect on liquidity in some markets. But nonetheless, the markets are orderly; they're functioning. I think they're processing the way we're thinking, the way that the FOMC is thinking about policy, pretty well. And I think that the idea again is to have financial conditions tighten to the point where growth will moderate and still be positive, but moderate to the point where supply and demand can get back in alignment, and where we can get inflation back down to 2%. And I see that broadly working pretty well right now. Obviously, there are some volatile days and volatile markets, but so far, I see us as getting through this fairly well.
So this is the Future of Everything Festival, and in the time we have left, I want to look ahead at some of the issues on the horizon for the economy. Labor shortage. I wonder if you see that as something that might be a more persistent rather than just a cyclical feature in our economy. I mean, if you look at net immigration since 2017, because of policy reasons or the pandemic, it's been basically flat. Are labor shortages here to stay, and what would the implications of that be for the Fed?
I think there is a risk.
Imagine having the same hair at 70 that you had in college.
Between supply and demand in the labor market, and you put your finger on it. It's part of its population. There's the labor force. There's the labor force participation rate. But if the population is growing more slowly, there are going to be fewer workers, and that's a big part of the story. Really, in recent years, is immigration's been quite low. These are not tools.
Don't make fun of Powell.
That
How dare you?
has,
He's a lifelong learner.
Seek to guide policy, but if you have a slower growing labor market, you're going to have a smaller economy, and you could be in a situation where these wage pressures remain longer. Of course, we'd love to see labor force participation come up, but I do think that I think that's a risk in the medium term, but it's really one for other policymakers to look after.
And related to that, economists have this concept called the natural rate of unemployment. The idea that when the economy is finally balanced, there's a level of unemployment that corresponds with stable inflation. And I went back and looked. When you joined the board of governors almost exactly 10 years ago,
he's texting me these photos right now.
The participants once a quarter project where they think these things are. And so in 2012, you and most of your colleagues thought that level was between 5 and 6%. Now you and your colleagues have been writing down that it's somewhere between 3.5% and the low 4%.
J-Pow's been transitioning into an old man forever.
How much weight do you put on the prospect that
nobody understands transitory better than him?
Perhaps temporarily, perhaps not, has actually shifted higher and might be closer to where you and your colleagues thought it was 10 years ago?
Really? I would disagree. I would say J-Pow's silver fox phase is still in full stride. I think Christine Lagarde would also
in the labor
agree.
Market, and so in theory, the sort of matching function that is the labor market could be disrupted. People are changing jobs at all-time record rates, and there's just a lot going on. People are reevaluating their commitment to the labor force. So all of that points to a higher natural rate of unemployment. But the other thing that's clear though is that the effective natural rate can change pretty significantly over the course of an expansion, particularly a long expansion like the last one, where you finally had 3.5% unemployment and no sign of either wage or price inflation. But you had a couple of years there where unemployment was well below 4%, and you didn't see inflation. So that suggests that as that longest expansion
I wonder if
in
one
US
day
history, 10 years and 8 months, as that went
Jerome
on,
Powell
what you saw
knew
was
that he
matching
could print
getting better
money,
and better and better and more
fuck
efficient,
markets,
and the natural rate coming down. So right
and
now,
invade
it
France.
feels like the actual unemployment rate is not the perfect you have to think about where the unemployment, where the natural rate is compared to today's employment rate. And it does appear to me that it's probably well above 3.6%, but it should shift down as this highly unusual time in our economy and in our labor market goes on. It should, we should see that settling down, and we should see the natural rate declining, and that itself could reduce wage pressures and inflation pressures.
Well, all things equal then, I mean, would you, as the chairman of the Fed, feel more comfortable today if the unemployment rate were a little bit higher, somewhere in the 4s instead of in the 3s?
I'm never going to say that more people need to be out of work. I would love to see a labor market that's more in balance, and ideally that would start with the number of vacancies coming down.
There's not enough unemployed people.
That's one of the things that
Is
is
that what
rough.
he's saying
Vacancies
right
and
now?
quits are at all-time highs, and that suggests a labor market that's out of balance, and there's more demand than there are workers. So I'd love to see people come back into the labor force, and we are seeing some of that. We'd like to see that continue, and we'd like to see
just trade your
job
bullish
vacancies
sentiment
level come down so that you're seeing supply and demand get back together. And the unemployment rate will shake out where it needs to be. It's as I mentioned, it's close to a 50-year low right now.
Moving from sort of the post-pandemic labor market to the supply chain and inventory management, it seems much more possible than it did a year ago that we're going through a big shift in how businesses manage the supply chain. And the forces of the last 25 years that really helped central banks keep inflation low, businesses pricing an efficient supply chain now you might want resilience.
I've never ignored so many now hiring signs in my life.
That could embed higher costs. So what would be the implications for the Fed if we're going through some kind of regime shift where those forces that helped bring prices down over the last 3 decades,
this guy's trying to mimic J-Pow's
reversing now?
Graduation photo hair.
So I do think you've had sort of a perfect storm of disinflationary forces for the last quarter century, and that's globalization, amplified by technology. It's aging population, certainly in the Western democracies, and all of that has, and low productivity, that has all led to disinflation. And so some have been making the argument for years now that those forces were all going to flip. I don't think they would flip overnight, but I would say, certainly in the near term, there is a real possibility that globalization will go into reverse to some extent. And, the trade-off would be those supply chains were very efficient, but they weren't very robust. And they broke down pretty badly in the pandemic. So, I mean, to the extent you do that, you'd have more security in your supply chain, more stability perhaps, but it might not be quite as efficient as the amazing global supply chains that we had, which were very, very fast and
Gaff, stop saying politically inflammatory things.
I'm not sure what the overall you could see higher inflationary pressures for a time, but at the same time, policy could respond to that. So I don't know that you'd see higher inflation. I
think we need another stimulus package.
Globalization obviously brought its costs and its benefits.
Right?
And,
it's nothing.
It benefited lots of parts of the world.
It's going to get fucking YOLO'd into the derivatives market anyway, where it'll disappear.
Cheaper, but our manufacturing base in the West is vastly diminished. And, you're right. It would be a very different world if we see that go into reverse or pause.
We're almost out of time. I'm going to try to sneak in one last question to you. You were confirmed last week to a new 4-year term.
It's a genius. Matt Cordes could learn something from this guy.
Someone joked to me,
just
you see
follow
that
every bull case immediately
the
with the bear
days.
case.
You've been through a lot in your first 4 years as Fed chair, especially in the last 2. Is there anything you've learned in that time that might change your approach to this job in the next 4 years?
I think that there's an overwhelming need to get inflation under control. And that's what I'm thinking about. And that's what we're thinking about here at the Fed. In times when, you're at 2% inflation and the economy's growing and unemployment's really low, you can have a more balanced, thought about what you should be doing at work. I think we know what we need to be doing at work right now, which is to get inflation under control, and we'll use our tools to do that. That's my dominant thought about the future at the Fed. it's a great honor to be able to serve a second term, and of course I'll do my very best, to carry out our obligations under the dual mandate, and leave it there.
Well, Chair Powell, thank you so
Now my
much for
calls are
joining
gonna
us this
prank.
afternoon. It's an honor
I
to have you
fucking
with
love
us.
this.
And thank you to our audience on WSJ.com and
Yeah,
Twitter
it's over. Everything's
and
fine,
YouTube
guys.
for joining us this afternoon.
Where are the bulls at?
Thank you.
Well, that was it was fun. It's fun. It's fun to watch J-Pow talk in circles all day. He didn't say anything too bad, so economy is so strong, guys. There's 3 jobs for every one of you that's unemployed. Do you want to work at them? It's almost like they spent 30 years encouraging people to go to college, right? Like YOLO your future life savings into college so you can work a high-end job, right? Or like create a career. And then they're like, hey, McDonald's is paying $25 an hour. Where the fuck are you? Oh, dude, I'm playing the zigazig. My put's already printed hard. Now it's just uptime. GME 104? 104 is unlikely. 101, 102 is possible. Wang throwing Morgan Stanley under the bus. Good. I mean, they gave him the money to do it, right? Frosted tips if we close above 110? No. Uh, the Great Expectations one. People always ask me, what's your dream job? And I tell them about my college and degree plans and go on about different companies that I like. But in my heart, all I really want to do is zigazig. No problem, Devin. I'm not really sure if you already answered this. Do you have a near-term price target for AMD? No. I have a long-term price target for AMD. I'd like AMD to go above 105 so my leaps print. And I have extra money. I don't know what I'm not going to do anything with the extra money, but I'll probably try to turn it into more money. That sounds sad. Eh. Berry spice. If you had $1 million, what would you do with it? Buy stocks? I don't have an under $20 list of stocks for CSPs. I don't want to sell like cash secured puts on shit companies. You get what you pay for, all right? We're here trying to shop at Williams Sonoma. You're trying to buy cooking utensils from Big Five Sporting Goods. How do you feel about your CCs on GME? I don't give a shit. I don't like Klondike bars. They're gross. It's just a chocolate dipped cube of ice cream. It makes your hands messy. It's a shit show. Why would you ever even eat one? Sporting goods stores sell cooking utensils? Yeah, for camping. It was a triple insult, but also a hint at maybe a good company to sell CSPs on. I don't know. Was it? Maybe you should do your fucking research. No, it's not MOASS. Nice run though. Did Bravication take pictures of their screen and send those to you instead of snipping the charts? Yes. Hold on. I need to get ready to start capturing my upside profits. Stop right there. You can't blame Christine Lagarde. Who doesn't love to straddle JPOW, right? It's just free money. Market goes down, market goes back up. You're cringe. Blow it out your ass. Folks SST with stick. You still think we're going down by week's end? Why not? You think the market's going to keep going up? Cenas isn't closed for 20 minutes. My nut mix. We're trading. Do you have tostadas or picadillo tonight for dinner? Up to you. The best post I've seen on SS in a while that's popped up was somebody got all pissy about the Senate pushing JPOW back, or putting JPOW back in the chairman seat. They were like, this is how much your government cares about the rich or something. JPOW reelected or reposted to his position. And it's like, motherfucker, without JPOW's whimsical monetary policy, there wouldn't even be a play. You bite the hand that feeds you. You didn't say anything back to me. I'm banned. I couldn't comment. What's up, Bob? Thanks for not asking me about internalization. JPow's whimsical monetary policy. New username just dropped. It did. What's your thoughts on Jimmy potentially dropping once more before we see the potential June OPEX play out? That's what I've been saying all week. I might, yeah. It's just not enough, right?
What's the fucking gamma neutral on this bullshit? Oh no. Maybe not. We're gonna do it? 101? I'm gonna sell more cover calls if we do. What are you looking at through that thing? It helps it gauge the distance between us and the moon. If it gets any further away, I'm gonna have to get a radio telescope. No, I didn't see the blood moon. Missed the JPAS speech. Was it that good? No. Not to boost your ego up any higher than it already is. Not possible. Don't worry. But how do you know so much across a variety of topics? I read a lot. I'm well read. A renaissance man, if you will. If you don't, I will. So. Nice to see that it hasn't boosted your ego. No worries there. Got a call on the dip. 80. Watch 80. It's dangerous. Too many people willing to bail at that price. I don't have many leather bound books, but I have some leather bound books.
I heard Gherkin only reads Playboy for the articles. Is there something else in Playboy magazine? I don't like historical fiction. I'd rather just read history. And then the various versions of it, which I guess is kind of like reading historical fiction. It's never told the same way twice. So, two weeks from now, do you think the SPY is below 400? Why not tomorrow? No, probably not tomorrow. Thursday, maybe. It's okay. There's like going to be another Fed person talking after market close, and they'll just say a bunch of hawkish shit. Power Hour song. Are you sure? You want to kill this sweet price action? Fine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What have you done? Yeah, remember when I told everyone far dated AMC calls super sweet? I wasn't lying. Are you using that speaking cadence for your School of Stock video to be ironic? Whatever are you talking about? I said AMD calls. What would I talk about AMC calls for? Just assume, unless I'm saying something super negative, it's not about AMC. Yeah, you can't prove it. They're a split or something? I don't think AMD is splitting. Lisa Sue just killing it like she always does. Pick a favorite, AMD or Cat. I mean, I've been in AMD for years, and Cat is, it's the new kid on the block, you know? We're talking, but it's not serious. Like, is it going to be something more? I don't know. I mean, they announced the share buyback, so it could be. I mean, is AMC up today too? AMC's up 10% today. It's going to be hard to argue. No reason to suppress the price when the stock sucks. You think I don't have AMD like clothing? I do. I have a t-shirt with Lisa Sue's face on the back of it. But it's mine and I don't want to share it with anybody. I don't have a Lisa Sue body pillow. But you know, shipping issues right now. It's difficult.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
You ever heard the CNS song? It's when we play it when CNS ends for the day. Do you own a sous vide cooker? So the stove I bought has like you can adjust the temperature on the like Bluetooth app, and sous vide things, like you just drop them in a pot and it'll regulate the temperature. It's got like a little probe. It goes in the water, and then the burner like turns on and off to maintain the temperature. So sort of. I don't have an independent fucking sous vide cooker, which is really just a plastic bucket. But yeah, I don't have one of those. It's not a magical stove. It's a feature on the stove. It's got a little probe thermometer that you plug into the side of the stove, and you drop it into the pot of water, and then it just fluctuates the heat on the burner automatically to maintain whatever your specified temperature target is. It exists. Do you have any experience with a countertop nugget ice maker? I do. Do I know which one to get? Whatever cheap one, because they break. Just like the cheapest one Amazon sells. I've bought the fucking GE crushed ice one. The thing broke in like 30 days. They replaced it. That one broke in 30 days. Oh, did they make a new one? They came out with an updated one. You have to keep them clean, which is kind of a bitch. Like a deli slicer? Like with the wheel? It's got the little thing. One of these things? Handle. Those things are dope. Yeah, I still understand perspective better than they did in the Renaissance. Fuck you, big Chief Brown Bottom. What are your thoughts on things that have a lifetime warranty? I mean, it depends on how conditional it is. I'd rather drink hot orange juice than clean my Opal ice machine. You know what I do? I buy, it's called Cafeza. It's what they use to clean espresso machines. And I just like mix it with some vinegar and chuck it in there. And the acid just destroys everything. Just let it make some like vinegar ice a bunch of times. And then you take one of those little bottle brushes and kind of jam it down in the little tube. It's good to go. No, you can't provide options data to TradingView. Not that I'm aware of. I would have described what the SPY is doing right now as going hard. It's going. Full retrace on Bitcoin. Nice. AMD looks good. 102. We failed to break out of 103 twice. It's a bit annoying. You think the market has one more bullish day in it this week? Just maybe. The FTDs aren't over till the 19th. Will there be enough pressure on the FTDs to do anything? I don't know. Jimmy's pretty fucking illiquid. Doesn't take a lot. Why would you sell GME? Still planning on entering your full GME calls end of May? Yes, because unlike you, I'm not influenced by $6 price moves. Don't let small fluctuations in the price determine your long-term strategy. Everyone gets so emotional when we're green for the day. Yeah, that's how you end up selling high and buying low. Or vice versa. Buy high, sell low. When did you buy? Did you buy it at 80? Sell low, buy high. What's up, Joe Valenti? Good to see you around, dude. I saw that shitty MSNBC documentary they made about GameStop where they said sell every 15 seconds. I'm not gonna lie, that kind of shit makes me more bullish. I couldn't tell what message they were trying to get across. I'm just shilling for JPOW unsubbed. I think Gex from last week is already covered. It could be. I mean, they can't really push it out till tomorrow. They could, maybe like just tomorrow morning. I was low-key jealous of Jeff Amazon making $8 million though.
A lot of people made a lot of money that day. And the ones that didn't make as much or didn't make any and they were just buying the whole time, well, here we are. When's our documentary? What's your biggest GME bear case? No, everyone's too happy for that today. I feel like I've recorded it already a bunch of times and clipped it. Are you bullish or bearish for the SPY? Both. I sold half my puts on JPow's big dip, which paid for my entire straddle, and now I'm just riding the calls. Then, when the market tanks overnight, I'll sell the other half of my puts. You may not even have to wait overnight. It's true. But will I get stopped out here? I don't know. Yes. 25% profits on my HD play. Awesome, man. Interviewer, what brought you to the stock investing channel? Me. Recipes. $70% on HD. Nice, dude. Congratulations, guys. Why is monopolizing illegal? I mean, it's discouraged. It's still the goal, right? It's only illegal when someone stops you. Fucking seriously? Fuck you, Bezos. I'm never gonna get assigned on these fucking goddamn calls. I'm just gonna roll it deep in the money again. See if I can. Why are you trying to get assigned? Because I don't want 100 shares of Amazon.
I kept selling them on the drop in the money, and it just kept fucking dropping. Like right after earnings, I was selling them like deep in the money, and the price just kept fucking dropping. $25% on cat and climbing. Thanks for letting me front run your trades again. If you were a hedge fund, would you short Apple? Sometimes. Bid is higher than the ask. Yeah, that's not normal. It could be more ups. The market could continue to move up tomorrow. What's the bar rate on GME? It's slid up a little bit, I think. Was it like 6.33, I think? It's a 6.9? Okay. Interesting. Maybe I should pull back my 2 covered calls. Ah. People buying Target before earnings. Hopefully they'll be estimations. I'm already in. I've been in for a little while, so I hope so too. I think they will. Expectations are set pretty low. Flight attendant union approved merger with Frontier. I thought they were being bought out by JetBlue. Why deep in the money? Are you bearish? No, I was trying to get assigned on Amazon. So I had Amazon CSPs going into their earnings, or CSP. I had one contract, and it was at 2,700, right? And so I bought a bunch of puts like the day before earnings, just to hedge. And then the price cratered, so I got assigned on this, right? And then I've been trying to sell it ever since. So I've been selling in the money calls, trying to get assigned, and I keep missing. Like the price just kept fucking dropping. So I sold them in the money and I rolled them down. And now I'm afraid it's not going to hold 2,300 into the end of the week, which means I won't get assigned again. It's not a bad position. Like, I'm making money on it, but I don't want the shares. Like, it's just tying up a lot of capital. JetBlue is hostile. They were going to merge with Frontier. Whoa. That's crazy. That sounds like all... Why does everybody want Spirit Airlines so bad? I mean, I'd never fly on it, but it sounds like shit. Is the bull thesis on RAD still in play? I don't know if it's a bull thesis. I mean, is someone going to try to buy them back? Or buy them out? Supposedly. It's a giant air turd.
I resent that statement. Which one? Walmart guy here reminding you to play the opposite side of whatever I'm bullish on. Or just don't play earnings. Why is Ortex reporting 301% cost to borrow? Who gives a flying fuck? Because their data's dog shit. And prone to errors. That's why. I'm reporting 302. Noted. That's because, like, the intra-hour borrow rate can jump all over the fucking place. As long as they return them before the next reporting, then you don't see the shift. Charging 10% to borrow mine. Work for a high-end automation company with ties to Apple that recently bought GE Lighting. I'll let the chat know if I hear whispers of going public. Please do. This is the best stock place on the interwebs. There's nothing better. The other ones take themselves too seriously, or they're dumb. We found the perfect balance. Look at us. We're even getting inside information now. We've made it, guys. That's not fucking insider trading. I'm not an insider. Vertex 301 cost to borrow is max, while average is 13%. Yeah. I'm not grumpy. People need to go look up the definition of insider trading. Outsider trading. Caught you. Busted. That's their fucking problem. That's not my problem. If someone comes to me and they're like, hey, this company I work for is going to go public, I'm not supposed to tell anybody about it. That's on them. They're not supposed to tell anyone about it. I mean, last is just the price the last contract changed hands at. That has nothing to do with like the current bid ask. I don't see any asks higher than the bid. I see them even here at 102, which is interesting. Are you talking about in the money? That is a bit odd.
100 strike. Oh. Okay, something's wrong there, right? Is options trading halted? I see it. It's gotta be just reporting, right? Hold on, I'm trying to see if they're updating. No, the data's updating. Okay, I don't know what the fuck's happening. That's weird. Hold on. I want to check another source. Last 355 on the May 100. I think it's just not updating. I don't know. It might be an issue with CBOE. That's really strange. SS is gonna have a field day with this. Probably. It seems to be like market wide though. That's why I'm thinking it's not adjusting appropriately. Or we're about to see like a fucking absurd sell off. Same on the SPY. Same on Tesla. It's everywhere. Is this a market crash? I'm trying to remember. There was like sometime this happened before. Are VIX options inverting? No. Oh. Um. Huh. Yours corrected? Let me see if mine did too. Okay, they're back to normal. Never mind. Just a data error. Nothing. I have real-time options data too. They're still bugging out. That was fucking strange. It was all the stocks. It's got to be a data error. I remember reading something about one of the dudes wrote right before Volmageddon in like 2018, the the options chains on the SPX inverted. So that's why I was checking the VIX. Yeah, big volume bump. 114,000 shares. Is this where we get rejected? No, up here is more likely. Like this range. It could be like large repositioning. If it was 102 cc's. Oh, these? I just sold those for credit. I'll probably buy them back once my funds settle tomorrow. I just wanted the credit today. I just bought 75, 375 spy puts for tomorrow. Jesus Christ, why? When you swing trade options, do you buy weeklies? Sometimes. In the early half of the week, not in the latter half. So Monday, Tuesday, sure. I carried a bunch of weeklies overnight into today. Who the fuck is selling? Nobody wants to hold their shit overnight again. Hmm. Why is it called swing trading? Because you're like holding the position from like point A to point B. Nothing, I don't think anything crazy is going on. Relax. I could do insider trading here. Momentum trading and scalping? Well, scalpers buy into the run, right? Momentum traders buy into the build up. Or vice versa. Is the eyebrow desk GME bar rate increasing by a lot? The number one thing that hints at another cycle is about to occur? No. As a matter of fact, August and November happened with almost no relative change to the bar rate at all. The 100K green candle only improved price 60 cents. Okay, because it's not all buy volume. You know that, right? It's both. The candle simply closed higher than it opened. MBQR option's not working for me now. Interesting. Is today the weird after hours run update? That was that one. It's yesterday. Oh. Tomorrow's the 1st. 31st, 1st. See? Hmm. Why would you even ask me that? I don't know. Do what you want. May 17. NASDAQ QBX is currently unavailable for trading due to technical problems at the exchange. Oh, okay. If this is the high, it's a lower high. Do what you want. The guy who asked me if they should sell their covered call right now. So I'm saying things like or interesting and then explaining nothing. There's nothing to explain. I just saw something kind of interesting. I don't care about the Ortex borrow rate. It's irrelevant. Especially the max borrow rate. How much money I spent because you spent No. Why would you spend money because I said It doesn't even make sense. Ooh. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go VXX. Yeah, what in the actual fuck was that? Yep. Nothing to do with the actual VIX or the market. It's enough. I have kids to feed. Barclays is closing down the fund at the end of the month for VXX. Ooh, it's gonna do a DGAZF thing. Oh, this is exciting. You keep your secrets. I'll buy more of this shit. I don't know. I'll look it up later. GameStop not hitting gamma neutral. Looks like they got the covering back in control. Your WeBull port is comforting to me. You're welcome. How do you not go insane with Stefan? I don't know. I just... Yeah, I still think we're probably going to go down. I don't know. It depends on the market. Heard we're mooning after hours. Why? No problem, Dork. I'll see you later, man. Clip it. This is just active funds pushing up. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, nice little bump in the spine to the end of the day. Saw us breaking out of this super shit channel that we were stuck in for most of it. Mostly we just outperformed the overall market. Similar performance to AMC, I think, for the day. Yeah. Not so much with BBBY. BBBY definitely underperformed today. Both on the down and the upside. This is, got far more put suppression on it right now than GameStop does. Nice trade up. I don't know what to expect with morning FTDs. I think if the market continues to carry up overnight, we'll still have enough residual pressure that we may see some upside. But be warned, they're going to still continue to fight for gamma neutral. No, I don't think there's any price action due to an RC buy-in. Even if RC bought like 100,000 shares today, it wouldn't have made a fucking bit of difference. Are we heavily correlated with AMC? Inquiring minds want to know. We are heavily correlated with them sometimes. But we're also correlated, with like AMD, which has fucking nothing to do with GameStop, right? Entertainment value high as always. Thanks. No problem, man. So yeah, I mean, I think we still have some more FTDs. Remember, these carry on through the 19th. As long as there's some active fund pressure against them, then, we can continue to rise. But they're gonna, cap it off. They got rid of the majority of them last Thursday and Friday. I don't think we're gonna see the same violent peaks in price action that we saw last week. If we do, it's kind of compelling, but I don't think we will. As far as our like long term, I think this high is still lower than the previous ones. So let me pull this up. Yeah, so we're still a little lower than this high, but we have some more volume traded here, which could be compelling, especially if we see a move up tomorrow. You know, we may actually break into the like upside here on the Renko chart. The Renko chart doesn't weigh price action the same way, so I'll show you on Renko Ashi. But yeah, we may move back up into this range briefly. But it does look like we're still going through, you know, lower lows on the upper trend down through here, right? So, you know, even if we push up relative to that, like say there, you know, we'll probably still see a lower high after this price action resolves itself. I still expect us to go down, maybe not by the end of the week, but a little bit by the end of the week, more into next week. Unless they're planning to run the stock price for May, which is possible. We could run on May OPEX. Although it looks unlikely with them rolling forward puts on XRT right now. I'll probably pick up some exposure to it, but not necessarily. SLD does start tomorrow. You think next Tuesday is MOASS Day? I mean, just for no reason, because you know short interest is reported every month, right? And many of those times, absolutely fucking nothing happens. I mean, if the market drops due to SLD, which it may not because funds should be pretty liquid right now. But if it were to drop due to SLD, GameStop would likely also drop, as well as active funds would be selling into the FTDs, which causes us to drop even further. Also, if you look at the volume for this cycle, our volume's falling off pretty dramatically. We had a little spike here, but it's in relative to the previous day's volume spike. So, you know, I think we're nearing the end of the FTDs. We have a little push from the market moving up, but I don't think it's going to lead to like a big move or anything. I know a lot of people are worried we're not going to see these lows again. I think we will. You know, this isn't so different from back here in, you know, Feb when we saw this round of upside before, you know, they ultimately tanked us into March OPEX. So don't be too surprised if that's kind of how that plays out, dropping us over the course of the next couple weeks into the June shareholders meeting. Although I will say this lower high is compelling. Or low, higher low, rather. Interesting. Anyway, that's it for now. We'll continue to watch the options chain. If a large amount of call interest or something comes in and we start to see like a big positional shift from the bearish hedges that are in place, then we will note that and plan accordingly. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good one, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.